The Firefighter's Risk. Written by Bree Livingston. Copyright 2020. Chapter 1. Carlos Scott dished scrambled eggs and turkey sausage onto his sister's plate, then snatched a piece of warm toast from the toaster, tossing it on top. Polly. Let's hustle. His little sister had roped him into speaking to kids at an at-risk program where she volunteered. Well, he called her little, but younger was more like it now that she was pushing 18. Easy to forget since he'd stepped into the role of guardian when she was 12. Or easier to forget before she started reminding him about prom coming up in a few months. Polly. Come on. You're the one who's been pushing this visit for days. He dished out food onto his own plate, picked them both up, and set them on their small square table before taking a seat. Polly. She rushed into the room, stopping at the table. Okay, geez, I heard you the first time. Just chill. I am chill. You're the one who's been obsessing over this visit to see the kids. He tore off a piece of toast. With a quick and hopefully discreet glance, Carlos checked what she was wearing. Yeah, she might be older, and he could even admit she could take care of herself, but that didn't mean she left the house in just anything she wanted. Polly was close to being a legal adult, but she wasn't there yet. He was relieved he didn't have to tell her to change. She scoffed. I'm not obsessing. Her nose wrinkled as she looked down at her plate. Sausage? Really? He swallowed the bite he'd taken. It's that turkey stuff you like. He picked up a piece of his and smelled it. It most definitely didn't come from a pig. Wouldn't want to clog your arteries. He bit off a piece. Yep, that was all bird. But if it meant she'd eat it, he'd choke it down. Taking a seat, she shoveled the scrambled eggs onto her toast. It's your arteries I'm worried about. Old people need to eat healthier. I'm not that old, thank you very much. It's not like I don't get a lot of exercise. My arteries are fine. Between training, keeping the fire station clean, and actually fighting fires, he did plenty of moving. That would be a great thing to talk about today. How they have to stay healthy and take care of themselves if they want to have a job like yours someday. Ashton's really big on teaching them about physical fitness and how it's as important as mental fitness. There was that name again. Ashton. It had been spoken so many times since Polly began volunteering that Carlos was safe in wagering that his sister had a serious crush. With what he'd learned about this Ashton person, it wasn't a shock. He seemed to work tirelessly to give at-risk kids a place to feel like someone cared and was listening. It was an admirable task. Carlos had asked himself more times than he could count what would have happened to Polly if he hadn't been around to step in. One icy road, and their lives had changed overnight. He'd gone from 24-year-old carefree bachelor to parent in a blink. He'd mourned his parents and dealt with a grieving, confused, angry 12-year-old at the same time. What would have happened to Polly had he not been there for her? The thought made his chest tighten. This Ashton crush, though, was new territory for him. Polly was a beautiful girl, so it wasn't a shock that she'd attract boys her age, but someone old enough to run an at-risk program? That sounded like a red flag that would need to be handled before it got out of hand and left her broken-hearted. Which was one of the reasons he'd begged the captain to let him speak to the kids during his shift. He didn't want to turn down the invitation since he wasn't sure he'd get one again, and this guy his sister was crushing on needed to be set straight. Big Brother would be flexing his muscles today for good measure too. Finished with breakfast, they headed out in separate cars toward the facility used by the program. It was a catch-all where kids could do homework after school, play basketball, and attend workshops that would prepare them for the real world with things like cooking, budgeting, and such. Carlos had to give them props. On the outside, it came across as a well-rounded, thought-out place. Once they arrived, Polly met Carlos on the sidewalk, beaming like she'd personally built the place. What do you think? This was the carpet warehouse, wasn't it? The one Mom and Dad bought living room carpet from, he said as his gaze swept over the front of the building, noticing the newly planted flower beds. Shrugging, Polly toed the ground. I don't remember that. You were a baby. He slung an arm across her shoulders as they reached the entrance. Besides, it was ugly carpet anyway. I'm glad they found a use for this place. As they stepped inside, the first thing that hit him was the lingering smell of carpet. The large, open-air room where hundreds of bolts once leaned against the walls had been converted into a basketball court and hangout. Laughter, kids running around, and conversations made it barely controlled chaos. At least 15 kids ran past Carlos and his sister, laughing and teasing each other. One of them, a red-headed and freckled boy that looked roughly 10, crashed into Carlos, and he took him by the shoulders. "Whoa. Careful, bud. Are you the firefighter who's supposed to talk to us today?" the boy asked, eyeing Carlos's badge. Nodding, Carlos smiled and shook the kid's hand. "That's me. Unless I got my days mixed up." "Nope," a woman said as she exited an office near the front door. Her smile was wide and warm, framed by wavy honey-blonde shoulder-length hair and a pair of sparkling blue eyes. "You didn't get your days mixed up." She turned to the boy. "Jason, would you let the other kids know our guest is here and wrangle them into the library?" The boy lifted his chin a little and pulled his shoulders back as he nodded. "You bet." He marched away like he was off to battle. Grinning, Carlos's gaze drifted from the woman to his sister, and his eyebrows knitted together. Polly looked completely enraptured. An odd thing in his mind. The woman extended her hand. "I'm Ashton Johnson. You must be Polly's big brother, Carlos. She talks about you all the time." Whoa. This was Ashton? Carlos hadn't been thinking woman when Polly was talking about the program director, especially a seriously pretty one. Suddenly, his entire strategy was gone, and he felt blindsided. He wouldn't be setting the program director straight, but there was a good chance he'd leave giving himself a decent lecture.
Chapter 2. Yowza. When Polly talked about her brother, Carlos, Ashton hadn't pictured tall, dark, and extra handsome. Although, she wasn't sure why. His sister had mentioned his participation in a firefighter calendar, a fundraiser for both the Baker Beach Fire Department and the local animal shelter. Two worthy causes Ashton suddenly needed to support. She couldn't imagine the photos being better than the man standing in front of her. Dark hair, dark eyes, and the kind of muscled arms a woman could hang on to during a scary movie. Plus, he was tall enough she could wear heels without towering over him if he asked her out. Not that she'd accept. She had enough on her plate at the moment, and adding a relationship would be too much for her to handle. Polly's brother blinked, and his eyebrows knitted together. "You're Ashton?" he asked as he shook her hand and slowly let it go. Good thing it didn't last long with the way her skin tingled. Glancing at Polly, she winked. "I am." There was no denying he and Polly were related, that was for sure. They had the same thick, wavy black hair, square jawline, and round eyes. Ashton tilted her head. "Is something wrong?" Carlos laughed, shaking his head. "No. Not at all." A light blush covered his cheeks. "I'm sorry." He grimaced. "I expected a man. Polly's talked about you, but she never made that clear." Rolling her eyes and sighing heavily, Polly said, "I didn't know I had to." Ashton rolled her lips in as she nodded. "I see." She laughed. "Well, surprise. I hope you aren't disappointed." Holding her gaze, the blush on his cheeks disappeared. "Trust me. I'm not." Warmth traveled from the bottom of her stomach through her heart and up her neck. The giddy feeling she got when she was in high school talking to the cutest boys settled in her chest. Phew. Good. Well, I guess we should get started. She smiled. "I appreciate your time, and I have no idea how long the kids will sit still. I wouldn't want to hold you up." "I guess so," he replied, continuing to hold her gaze. "Besides, it would be nice to have the tour before I leave." For some reason, it sent a tiny thrill through her to know he wanted to check out what she'd built. "Sure, I'd love to show you around if you have the time." Polly touched his arm. You definitely have the time. I wish there'd been a place like this when I was a kid. A touch of sadness clung to the last sentence. Something Ashton understood all too well since she shared a similar story. His lips lifted at one corner. When you were a kid. You're practically still a kid now. The tease earning him a dramatic eye roll. She's a lifesaver, Ashton said as she waved for them to walk with her. I hope she decides to work full-time here after she graduates in the spring. It'll look great on college applications, and she's definitely getting a character reference. Polly beamed, and the slight lift of Carlos's chin struck Ashton as being proud of his sister. It was sweet. According to Polly, he was sweet. Transforming from bachelor to parent overnight. That couldn't have been easy. Ashton had sort of fallen apart when she'd lost her own parents at 22. She couldn't imagine having that type of responsibility while grieving. They reached the library, and just as promised, Jason had managed to get all the kids in there and seated, ready to hear Carlos talk about life as a firefighter. On any given weekday, we can have up to 30 or 40 kids in here. Ashton kept her voice low. There are even more on Saturdays. I encourage working parents to leave their kids here when they're unable to afford a babysitter. Again, their eyes locked. That's admirable and kind. Typically, she would have offered a different reason, that she loved and cared for the kids. Thanks, she said, which was about all she could manage with the way he was holding her gaze. She cleared her throat. I guess I should introduce you. Be ready for all types of questions. As she walked to the front of the room, she used her hands to signal that it was time to quiet down. Hey, guys, settle. We've got a real hero here today. A firefighter with the Baker Beach Fire Department. Anyone know why they're so valuable? They put out fires, a girl called out, while another added, they help us. Ashton nodded as she quickly glanced at Carlos, whose cheeks tinged pink once again. Hunky and humble. An excellent combination. That's right. They help us, and we need them. With that in mind, let's hold all our questions until Mr. Scott is finished speaking, okay? She waved her hand toward him and stepped back. They're all yours. He certainly had her rapt attention. Unless his entire demeanor changed when he started speaking, she was more than happy to learn all she could about Carlos Scott. Inwardly, she groaned. He was there to talk to the kids, and as great as he already seemed, he probably had a girlfriend. Which meant she could window shop, and that was about it. Her focus was on the kids, not herself. That's the way it needed to be. Chapter 3. Laughing, Ashton walked with Carlos to the first door down the hall from the library. I never thought they'd ask if you got hit with one of the water hoses. He grinned, rubbing the back of his head. Yeah, they were pretty funny, but the questions were good for the most part. They're bright kids. Man, she liked his smile. It had made her all the more determined to get a calendar and set it to whatever month he was on, permanently. They are. She nodded as they stepped inside the kitchen. This is where we hold cooking classes. Local chefs come in once or twice a month to hold demonstrations, otherwise, we teach the basics like kitchen safety, meal planning, and how to make simple one-pot dishes. His eyebrows lifted. That's awesome and practical. I like that. He looked around the room. I do wish Polly had this when she was younger. Granted, she was a little older than most of the kids here, but she could have used someone other than me at times. You probably could have used the backup too. She winced. I'm sorry. That came out wrong. She's just told me what you both went through, and you've done an amazing job. I really can't imagine how hard it must have been. With a shrug, Carlos lowered his gaze to the floor. I did what I needed to do, and I'd made a promise, so, he stopped short, lifting his head but not quite meeting her eyes. As tempted as she was to urge him to continue, she held her tongue. The last thing she wanted to do was make him feel uncomfortable. Let me show you the rest of the place. It seemed to ease the tension, and he nodded. Okay. Once she'd taken him through the place, Ashton led him back to the main room where a basketball game was going on. Well, now you've seen it all. The library, kitchen, playroom for the younger kids, and the gym. We wanted it to be more than just a place for basketball, so we put chairs in each of the corners. Now if the kids want, they can just hang out. It's great. He tipped his chin toward the kids playing. It's really well thought out. Shoving her hands in her pockets, she rocked back and forth on her feet. I wanted to do everything I could to put the money to good use. Money? She took a deep breath, and before she could answer, he winced. I'm sorry. I remember now. Of course, his sister would have told him about Ashton's parents and how their sailboat capsized during a storm. Interestingly enough, what she felt coming from him wasn't sympathy but understanding. He wasn't sorry for her, he was sorry she'd been through it. It would never be long enough not to mourn losing them or regret not going with them. They'd celebrated her 22nd birthday only a few days prior, and she'd made plans for lunch with friends. It was a tug-of-war between feeling morbid and wondering, what if, had she been there? Maybe they would have survived. It's okay. It's been a while. Carlos touched her arm. Hey, I'd be willing to bet they'd be proud of what you've accomplished. Ashton lifted her gaze to his as a lump formed in her throat. I hope so. It had been a while since she'd been this emotional about her parents, especially in front of someone she didn't know. A pair of boys arguing over a basketball in the middle of the court got her attention. Hey, Chris, Henry, knock it off, she called out. Either they were ignoring her or didn't care, and just as she decided to go break it up, Carlos strode over to them, placing one hand on each of their shoulders. That's enough. After that, he spoke low enough that she couldn't hear what he was saying, but she could see the effects of his words on their faces and body language. Soon, they were laughing, and they shook hands, seeming to make up. In that moment, a man had never been more attractive to her. He knew his way around kids, which was the quickest way to her heart. If he could mop and do dishes, she'd be a goner. Carlos snagged the ball and sank a three-pointer, earning him a round of cheers from the entire gym, including her. Bravo, she said as he strolled back to her. Shrugging, he spread his arms. What can I say? When you've got it, you've got it. He laughed. Talk about true. He had it and then some. Ashton pinched her lips together and smiled to keep herself from saying something that would make her want to crawl in a hole. Thank you for your help. I think the boys respond better to a man sometimes. His eyes narrowed just a fraction. I can't see anyone not responding to you. Carlos may as well have touched her with the way her pulse jumped at the compliment. Maybe she did need a boyfriend. Not necessarily him, but based on how she was reacting to him, it was obvious she needed to get out more. Checking the wall clock, he frowned. Oh, I guess I need to get moving. My captain will have my hide if I show up much later. Well, if he wants to give anyone a hard time, tell him to talk to me. She chuckled. Oh, she needed to stop flirting with this man. Right, he said, casting his gaze to the floor. He stuck his hand in his shirt pocket and pulled out a card. Lifting his gaze, he flashed the sexiest smile she'd ever seen. Here's my card. If you need anything, call me. I'll be happy to help out. She cleared her throat. Thanks. I appreciate that. With a wink and a nod, he walked out the front door, leaving her reevaluating her stance on complications. That man definitely fit the definition of complication. Phew. She looked down at the card. Carlos Scott. What a man. Tucking the card in her pocket, she rolled her eyes and puffed a piece of her hair out of her face. She wouldn't be calling him unless there was a real emergency. Like a fire or something. As attractive as he was, and as interested as she was, the timing was off. Once she had her life in order, that's when she'd look for someone to stand beside her. She'd keep her focus on the kids and work on making herself into someone her parents would have been proud of. Until then, that's all she needed.
Chapter 4. As Carlos walked into the station bay, Harris seemed to be lying in wait for him. There he is. Our friendly neighborhood fireman. Shut up. Carlos rolled his eyes, smiling. I only did it because Polly asked. Well, how'd it go? Did you teach the kids all about firefighting? Harris pushed off the wall and walked with Carlos to the kitchen. Carlos shrugged. I did my best. It was sure better than listening to you drone on and make lame jokes. Brian looked up from where he sat at the table. Hey, how was it? It was good. Carlos walked to the fridge and put away the lunch his sister had packed for him. The company tended to eat dinner together, and Polly tried to make sure he had at least one healthy meal as her way of taking care of him. Just good? Brian's eyebrows lifted to his hairline. The way Polly talks about this program, you'd think that Ashton guy hung the moon and maybe even a few stars. Brian's fiancée, Elise Richards, had become friends with Polly after sharing a frightening close call that Brian and Carlos had went through. Since then, they'd become like sisters. Elise must have told Brian about the Ashton guy. Carlos popped open a soda and took a sip. Facing Brian and Harris, he leaned against the counter. Funny you should say that. He took a breath, preparing for the razzying that was coming. The name Ashton is apparently gender neutral. Brian's eyes widened. I wonder if Elise knows. If she does, she didn't fill me in. Harris snorted. A woman, huh? What's she like? A sly grin grew on his lips. Fantastic. From what I could see, the place is great. She's providing an amazing service to the community. Nodding, Brian said, from what I've heard, she's a powerhouse. She takes care of all those kids without knowing from one day to the next how many will be there. Elise said she vets the families whenever a new kid comes in so she can know the sort of situation they're dealing with at home, if they are. She tries to make sure the kids get what they need. Taking another sip of his drink, Carlos nodded. From the little bit of time I was there, I need a nap. I can't imagine how she does it. I think it's the sort of job you have to love. Brian took a bite of the sandwich Elise most likely had prepared for him. She was similar to Polly in that she wanted Brian to eat healthy too. Harris took a seat adjacent to Brian. Isn't that what they say about us? At least the man wasn't making remarks about Ashton. Don't we have to love the job to do what we do? Yeah, and just like us, it's not everyone who can run a program like that. Dealing with so many kids in such varying situations? Brian shrugged. Elise says Polly would be great at that type of work. She loves kids. She's patient. Creative too. Apparently, Polly was the one who came up with the idea for the photo booth with the dogs from the shelter. Remember what a hit that was? Bobbing his head, Harris added, from what I heard, a bunch of dogs got adopted out too. Carlos grinned, pride filling him. I heard the same thing, and you're right. Polly is a bright girl. He pushed off the counter and joined the guys at the table, taking a seat across from Brian. Sometimes too bright. She turns those smarts on me, and I find myself running in circles, trying to keep up with her. Harris shot him a grin. So, this Ashton person. Is she cute? So much for dodging that bullet. At this point, he could either fess up or try to avoid the question. The latter would be a sure sign he was attracted to her. It would be waving a red flag in front of the guys. Now, he wished he hadn't given Brian such a hard time with Elise. Yeah, she's cute. He worked to make himself sound as detached as possible. Brian lifted a single eyebrow. Oh yeah? How cute. What he said. Harris tilted his head toward Brian. On a scale of 1 to 10? 11? Maybe 20? How did he put a number on a woman like Ashton? She lands well outside the scale. Harris's eyebrows shot up. Really? Well, did you get her number? Laughing, Carlos shook his head. No, he'd keep the part where he gave Ashton his number to himself. And it's not like that either. She has that program to run, and I have a kid sister to raise. Brian and Harris looked at each other and then chuckled. Yeah. Right, Harris replied. Don't even pretend. The second you started talking about her, your whole face changed. Whatever. Seriously, man, what's the big deal? Brian shrugged. Polly looks up to Ashton, so if that's an issue, it's already solved. Just ask her out if you're interested. The big deal was Polly. His focus needed to be on her, not dating. She'd be graduating soon, heading off to college. It had been just them since their parents died, and with a big change coming, he wanted to make sure his sister knew he was there for her. Plus, he tried dating when he first took Polly in. Polly's teacher, Gail Bratseth. Things were fine with them. He could see marriage in his future. Then when their parents died, he'd sort of pictured the three of them making it a go as a family. Gail didn't share his vision. After that, he'd sworn off dating to focus on raising his sister. I'm fine with the way things are for now. Once Polly is in college and I know she's settled and doing well, I'll look into dating. The guys wouldn't understand any of that. They weren't responsible for another human being yet. For now, Carlos needed to keep his eyes on his own grass, even if it was looking a little brown and sad. He could handle being single a little while longer. Chapter 5. Carlos glanced at his sister sitting across the table from him. She'd had breakfast waiting on him that morning as he walked in. Typically, that was a sign that she needed to talk, but he'd learned early on to wait until she started the conversation. So, Polly took a sip of orange juice. What did you think of Ashton? He'd actually thought a lot about her, even going so far as to look her up. There wasn't much online. She didn't have much of a social media presence, and he chalked it up to how busy she was with the kids. The only thing he'd found was the report of her parents' deaths. It had triggered a memory of the event a while back. An affluent family from Richmond who regularly vacationed in Virginia Beach had taken their sailboat out. A sudden storm caught them, and they capsized, leaving behind one daughter who attended the University of Virginia. She'd been 22 at the time, which would make her 28 now and only a year younger than him. I think what she's doing is great. Carlos shoveled some of the scrambled eggs onto his fork and took a bite. The kids seem to love her. The facility is great. It looks like she puts in a lot of time and effort. Polly set her fork down and blinked. Well, yeah, I told you that. I know, but hearing about someone is different than meeting them. I have a face with the name now. I was impressed with the whole place. She's so dedicated. I think she even sleeps there sometimes. Sleeps there? He hated to hear that, but he understood trying to keep your mind off tragedy. In the years following their parents' death, he had Polly. He couldn't imagine how different things would have been had he been an only child. Of course, he had his brothers at the station, but that was different. Nodding, Polly tore off a piece of sausage. Yeah, she's so nice and smart. You really like her, huh? He finished the little bit of eggs on his plate and took a swig of juice. What's not to like? I mean, she does so much for so many. I want to be like that. Her smile widened. The way she gives back. He was happy Polly had someone to admire. I'm glad you have her. She seemed to like you too. Well, everyone did. A few of the younger kids pretended to be firefighters after you left. She chuckled. It was really cute. I'm glad I was able to come speak, then. Maybe, she bit her lip and twirled her fork in the remainder of her eggs. Maybe you could convince the captain to have a day where the kids could come in and look around at the station. You know, learn more about what you do. I think I remember going on a school trip to do that. It had been a few years since any school kids had taken a tour of the station. Well, other than the huge calendar party they'd had, but that wasn't the same thing. They didn't go into much detail during that. I can talk to the captain. Really? Polly beamed. You think he'll say yes? I don't see why not. Awesome. I'll tell Ashton. Polly cast her gaze to the table, a sly grin growing on her face. You know, she thought you were cute. Carlos jerked his attention to Polly. What? His sister looked at him with one eyebrow reaching her hairline. Like you didn't think she was cute too. Yeah, so she was cute. There are a lot of cute women out there. That doesn't mean anything. Even if it made his heart skip a beat to think that the attraction might be mutual. Relax, she said, laughing. I'm not encouraging you to ask her out. I was just saying that I could tell she liked you. Exactly what he figured. His sister didn't want him anywhere near her idol. I think you're wrong, but even if you aren't, neither of us has the time. Besides, I promised I wouldn't do that again, remember? He worked to keep the disappointment out of his voice. Polly picked up her plate and stood. I remember. She paused a beat. I'm holding you to it, too. I like going to the center. If you dated and something. He held up his hand. I know. If something went wrong, it would be awkward and you'd be in the middle. I won't do that to you. He checked his phone. You need to get to school. I'll take care of the dishes. His sister trotted over to the sink, set her plate down, and grabbed her bag as she headed for the door. See you tonight, big brother. Yeah, see you tonight. The door shut behind her, leaving Carlos alone in the kitchen. It hadn't felt so empty before all the talk about dating or meeting Ashton. He hadn't felt that flicker of attraction toward anyone in a long time. Even her teacher hadn't made his skin tingle. But Polly was right. If he and Ashton dated, it would be awkward for Polly, and he didn't want that for his baby sister. She'd had a tough enough time already, and he didn't need to add to it. Not saying that any future relationship could end up affecting her, but she was close to Ashton, and she was one of two women Carlos appreciated being there when Polly needed girl talk. Standing, he picked up his plate and walked to the sink. Things were fine. He'd lived this life long enough now to know the loneliness or the want for someone to kiss him when he came home wouldn't last long. At least, that was the lie he'd been using until now. He just needed to believe it a little while longer.
Chapter 6. Ashton paused her typing, stretching her arms above her head. Looking up from her desk, the last little bit of Sunday light streamed in through the window, and she realized she'd had her nose in her computer since the last kid left at 4. She could have closed early, but if there was a chance a child needed a place to go, she didn't want them to be turned away. When her parents were still alive, this would have been family night. They'd eat dinner and play a game or watch a movie. It had been a while since the longing for family had hit her. Seeing Polly and her brother interact reminded her of what she was missing. Of course, unlike family dinners in the past, she couldn't have stayed all night. Not when she had so much work to do. But then again, if her parents were still alive, she'd probably never have opened this sort of place or devoted so much time to it. Although, there would have been the chance that she'd have her own family by now. It wasn't hard to picture her parents coming to see their grandchildren, or at least having a boyfriend or husband to take to dinner. She liked to hope that would be true, but at the same time, she loved what she'd built. It was moments like these, in the quiet, that she wrestled with herself the most, torn between wondering, what if, and what was, and feeling selfish for wishing she wasn't so lonely. Wasn't it wrong to want something for herself when there were so many kids needing somewhere to go? It was the same old argument, over and over, any time she paused long enough to really think about her life. With a long exhale, she powered down her laptop before pushing out of her chair. Each night, she'd made a habit of walking the building to shut off anything that might have been left on. Crossing the gym, she started with the farthest room and made her way back. What she wouldn't give for a vacation. The very thought pulled a laugh from her. Like she could leave. That morning, one of the kids had tried to flush an entire half roll of toilet paper. She could only imagine what she'd come back to if she left for a week. Just as she reached the women's bathroom, she stopped short as she heard a noise like the sound of sneakers on linoleum. She'd locked the doors after the last child left, leaving a ring the bell sign on the door at eye level in case anyone came by and needed a place to go. Quietly, Ashton eased the door open, peeking her head in. "Hello? Is someone in here?" She'd left her purse in her office like she always did. It was the last stop on the way out. Plus, it was an abyss of miscellaneous items that made it heavy. Aside from that, she'd heard no windows breaking, so it had to be a kid who'd found themselves locked in. "I know someone is in here. Just come on out, okay?" She paused and then added, "I'm not mad." The lock to one of the stalls rattled, and slowly, a small, almost too thin girl, maybe 4 feet tall, shuffled out with her head down. "I'm sorry. Lucy?" Ashton asked now that she could see her. The little 10-year-old girl lifted her head and nodded. "Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry." "It's okay, sweetie." Ashton crouched down so she wouldn't feel loomed over. "You're not in trouble." "Not at all." "Okay. I thought I could stay here until tomorrow." "What? Why would you do that?" "I bet your mommy and daddy are so worried about you. We need to call them." Lucy's eyes widened as she shook her head, her chestnut braids bouncing around her elbows. "Please, don't." The fear in her eyes didn't seem to match the care it took to neatly braid her hair, but a child refusing to go home wasn't a good sign. "No, you can't call them." Nodding, Ashton swallowed down the instinct to bombard her with questions. She'd learned early on that she had to approach situations like this with care. "Okay, I won't, but can you tell me what you plan to do here all night?" "I was gonna sleep under your desk or maybe in the library." She shrugged. "There are blankets in there. Wouldn't you get hungry?" Ashton softly asked. "There are snacks in the kitchen." Smiling, Ashton held her hand out to Lucy. "You're so smart, and that's true, but it's not the same thing as a meal. You would have been here all alone, too. It's not safe to stay here by yourself all night long. It's safer here, though." She finally reached out to take Ashton's hand. "It's not safe at my house." Ashton sucked in a sharp breath. "Not safe?" Lucy quickly shook her head. "No." She stepped into Ashton's arms and hugged her. "Then we need to call the police." The little girl leaned back, tears pooling in her eyes. "Please don't. Please. I'll be in trouble if you do." "Please, Miss Ashton, don't call them." The fear Ashton saw in Lucy's eyes was now full-on terror. This little girl would run if she got wind that Ashton had spoken to anyone with a badge. Ashton had witnessed that type of body language before. She pulled Lucy back into the hug. "Okay, sweetie, we'll figure something out." For both their sakes, she hoped she was telling the truth. Chapter 7. Ashton answered the door and greeted Carlos Scott. "Thank you for coming. I'm so sorry for calling so late." His card had been sitting right on top of a stack of paperwork, like a sign, when she brought Lucy to the office. It had been more than a week since they met, and she debated whether to call him or not. Then she'd taken another look at the scared little girl and swallowed whatever reservations she had. Carlos held up his hand to stop her. "It's okay. I'm glad you called." On the phone, he seemed surprised she'd called but quickly offered to help as soon as she told him what was going on. He'd been so sweet. Now that she was looking at him, his disheveled hair and rumpled t-shirt, she wondered if maybe she'd woken him up. She hugged herself as they paused by her office. "She's in the kitchen eating a snack." "So, she hid out here because she didn't want to go home?" he asked. Nodding, Ashton dropped her arms, stuffing her hands in her jean pockets. "That's what she said, and when I mentioned calling the police, I had the feeling she'd run. She wanted to hide here all night." "She didn't say why." "No, but I was afraid to push her too much." She looked in the direction of the kitchen. "I had to promise several times that I wouldn't call the police or her parents. And I had to promise I wasn't lying when I went to call you." Carlos set his hands on his hips and looked over the top of Ashton's head. "And no one came for her?" "Called?" "Nothing." Shaking her head, she returned her gaze to his, noting the concern in his voice and on his face. "No. Not a soul." She sighed. "If she hadn't made any noise, I wouldn't have even known she was here. I would have locked her in." It hurt her heart to think she could have done that to a frightened little girl. He touched her shoulder. "Hey, it's okay. That didn't happen. She's safe, eating a snack, and we'll figure something out." She'd never liked the sound of that word as much as she did right that second. "Thank you. Would it be okay if I talked to her?" he asked. Ashton appreciated that he didn't just barge in and try to take over. "Sure, go ahead. Just tread careful when it comes to police and her parents." They walked to the kitchen, and Ashton stopped at the door, leaning her shoulder against the frame as Carlos continued in and approached Lucy. She was still devouring the sad little dinner Ashton had managed to scrounge together. He took a seat across from Lucy. "Hey, do you remember me?" Nodding, Lucy smiled. "You're Mr. Carlos, the firefighter. You talked to us last week. You look different in regular clothes, and your hair wasn't sticking out all over like now." Ashton coughed into her hand to cover up a laugh. "Kids. Sometimes they were more honest than was comfortable." Carlos smiled as he raked a hand through his hair, not helping it in the slightest. "Yeah, that's me." He paused. So, Miss Ashton said you were wanting to spend the night here. Can you tell me why?" The little girl chewed her lip and cast a glance at Ashton. "Am I in trouble? Is that why you're here?" He shook his head. "Oh, no. No, sweetheart. You're not in trouble. I'm just wondering why you don't want to go home. If you'd been trapped in here, you could have been hurt. If there was a fire." Her eyes widened. "I wasn't trying to do anything wrong. I know. It's okay. It just can't happen again. It scares me to think what might have happened because we wouldn't have known you were here." "We again." Man, Ashton really liked the sound of that. It was a word she could quickly get used to, especially if he was the other part of that word. Carlos leaned forward with his arms on the table. "Can you make me a promise that next time something like this happens, you'll let Miss Ashton know?" Lucy bobbed her head up and down. "I promise." A smile stretched wide on his lips. His voice dipped lower, and Ashton couldn't hear what he was saying. They spoke like for several minutes until he rose from the chair and returned to her. "She's absolutely petrified of going home, but she's still not saying why." He glanced over his shoulder to Lucy. But I tried to keep what you said in mind and didn't press her. Ashton chewed the inside of her cheek a second. Seems like it's more than just her fear of getting into trouble for hiding out here. Oh yeah, most definitely. She lifted her gaze to his, and her pulse jumped. They were in the middle of a crisis, but her body seemed to have a mind of its own. Those eyes, though. Could anyone blame her? What do we do now? He asked. Obviously, we can't take her home, but I'm a little out of my element here. As if he wasn't likable enough, he was looking to Ashton for what she thought they should do. She leaned in. I have a confession to make. I did try to call the number I had on file for her, but there was no answer. I don't know if anyone is even home at the address I have for her. He seemed to consider the information for a moment as he rubbed his knuckles along his jaw. Well, we could go there. See if anyone is home. If there are no lights or it looks like there might be trouble, we'll go from there. How's that sound? Ashton placed her hand on his arm, and the tingle traveled to her spine. If he wasn't staring straight at her, she'd fan herself. This attraction she had with him needed to take a hike. You don't have to get mixed up in this. I feel bad now that I called you. I shouldn't have dragged you into it. Covering her hand with his, he replied, You didn't drag me into anything. I gave you my card and told you to call if you needed anything. That little girl needs help. Right. Little girl. Crisis. That's all this was. He was a good guy, and he'd come because of an emergency, not to resuscitate her love life. Even if the thought had made her heart flutter a little. Are you sure? I'll call Polly and see if she'd be willing to watch Lucy while we check out her situation. Okay. Thank you. Not facing everything alone was a nice change, and one she couldn't get used to. More than likely, there had been a miscommunication and Lucy was scared for no reason. Which meant Ashton's reason for having him around would be over and she'd be back to facing the world alone. Still, she couldn't help but wonder what it would be like to have someone next to her. Maybe one day she'd have time to think about that or even pursue it, but not right then. A little girl needed her, and that was all that mattered.
Chapter 8. There'd been a change of plans. Instead of taking Lucy to his home, they'd picked up Polly so she could watch Lucy at Ashton's home. That way, if the little girl fell asleep, they wouldn't be waking her up. Depending on what they found when they checked out her home. As he turned onto the street listed on Lucy's file, Carlos took a deep breath. Bikes lined the street, and there was a car up on blocks with a pair of people standing just behind it who turned their faces away as the car lights hit them. This doesn't look promising. Ashton seemed to scoot closer to him. He could easily picture her sitting next to him on the bench seat of his pickup with his arm around her. Which wasn't something he needed to be thinking about. She'd only called him because a little girl was scared. At first, he'd been shocked to hear her voice. She'd caught him on the verge of dozing off, but he'd quickly recovered. He'd never expected her to call him, and he had to admit, learning that she'd only called because she had to left him feeling a little deflated. Ashton glanced down at her phone and then pointed to a house halfway down the block on the left. That's it. It was the only place on the block lit up, with music pumping louder the closer they got. The driveway was packed with even more vehicles lining the street. There was a group of men on the porch laughing and shouting loud enough that Carlos could hear them through the rolled-up windows. This doesn't look like a place a kid needs to be, especially when she has school the next day. I agree, Ashton said, twisting in the seat as Carlos pulled the car to a stop. But it's not our place to decide that. All I can do is document everything in case a problem arises and the police or DFS need to step in. He pulled his gaze from the scene outside back to Ashton. I know, but, based on her expression, she agreed with him and it pained her to say otherwise. She was right, but that didn't make him like it. A kid didn't need to be in this type of environment. Ashton's shoulders sagged. I hate it too. She's a sweet little girl, but we can't refuse her parents. If we did, we could be in trouble. I have to think about all the kids. I hate to pull the stay here card, but I'm going to. These guys look pretty rough. I'm not. It's okay. I'm not really sure I want to go in there. He eased off the brake and cruised a few spaces away from the house to park. I'll be back. He paused. Listen, if something happens, though, take the truck and go. Then call the police. Okay? She blinked. Leave you? Not leaving, just escaping long enough to get help. I don't think anything will happen. I just want to have a plan in case something does. He kept his voice calm for her sake. He was being honest. It never hurt to prepare for the worst and hope for the best. Which in this case was a nice, friendly conversation with a scared little girl's parents. He left the truck running as he stepped out and looked back at Ashton. Lock the doors, okay? She nodded, and he left her, taking his time until he heard the familiar sound of the locks. He ran his hand through his hair again, remembering what Lucy had said earlier. He hadn't even checked himself when he ran out of the house, giving Polly enough information to keep her from worrying. As he reached the front porch, he did his best to seem as non-threatening as possible to the group gathered there. Is the owner of the house around? One of the men glanced around at his friends. What? You gonna complain about the noise? His laugh held an edge to it, and the rest of the group laughed with him. Carlos suspected not many of the neighbors complained about the parties. No, Carlos said. It's about Lucy. That changed the mood pretty quickly. Lucy? Is she okay? One woman asked, pushing her way to the front. I'm her aunt. This is my sister's house. She swayed on her feet, and the smell of stale smoke hit him in the face. He was less than impressed by the woman. Do you happen to know where she is? Does your sister? Because I'm pretty sure she didn't come home this evening. The woman stumbled forward, clutching his arm. Oh no. Where is she? Is she missing? Is she hurt? Well, with the panic in her voice, at least she seemed to care. It made him feel a little better about the situation. She's fine, but she wanted to stay at the kids' club a few miles from here. Could I speak to your sister? Or Lucy's dad? Yeah, they're both here. This party is for him. He just got out of jail today. She waved for him to follow her. My name is Faye. Come on, I'll take you to her. Yep. It didn't surprise him. Lucy was afraid of coming home because her dad had just got out of prison. He wanted to say, I'm sure with all the excitement it was easy to forget his child, but instead, he smiled. Thanks. Lucy's aunt carved a path through the packed house, shoving people aside when they didn't hear her asking them to move. As they reached the kitchen, she called over her shoulder, My sister should be in here. Hey, Monica, someone's here to talk to you. A woman standing near the stove turned around, and Carlos was instantly struck by how much she resembled Lucy, right down to the haunted eyes. Who are you? She seemed to look over Carlos's shoulder. My husband. I'm not here for your husband, or, well, not just him. I'd like to talk about your daughter. Do you know she didn't come home today? Monica regarded him a moment and then replied, I know. I told her not to come home. Carlos blinked. You told her not to come home? Why would you do that? She tried to hide out at the brothers and sisters building by herself. Monica gasped, looking at her sister. She was supposed to spend the night at her friend's house. That's what I meant. They were supposed to have a sleepover so she wouldn't be here for this. Where is she now? He let out a sigh, though he wasn't so sure it was relief. Not entirely. She's safe at Ashton's house, but it could have turned out way different. She would have been locked in all night. He couldn't understand not calling to make sure Lucy made it to her friend's house. That was basic parenting. Lucy's mom let him out of the house through the kitchen door. I'm so sorry about this. I had no idea she'd try to do that. When she said she had a friend to stay with, I trusted her. She's never lied to me before. I'm not trying to be harsh at all, but she was really scared. Ashton even tried calling you, but there was no answer. Her eyebrows knitted together, and she rubbed her fingers over a small locket hanging around her neck. I probably didn't hear it ringing. The aggravation he'd felt prior melted. This poor woman was doing her best, and if he were in her shoes, he wouldn't want a kid at a party like this either. It's a little loud. She turned to him then, just as they reached the front gate. Listen. I know it might be hard to believe, but it's not usually like this around here. Duke, my husband, just got home today and wanted a party, and his friends wanted to welcome him home. This is a special occasion. Funny how she didn't look happy about it. In fact, she sounded exhausted and frazzled. I understand that. You were in a difficult situation. Lucy's safe, though. Do you mind if she stays with Ashton overnight? Are there other children that might need to stay with her? If not, we can go get her. He paused and leaned in a little. Are you safe? Shaking her head, Monica's posture softened. I'm perfectly fine, and she's our only child. Please, let her stay. I won't let this happen again. I promise. And I appreciate you caring enough to come here and let me know what happened. Hey! The word rang out like the crack of a whip. Carlos barely had time to turn around before a tall, long-haired man barreled down the walkway in his direction like a charging bull. The tattoos on his neck and hands made him appear intimidating. Wait, Duke. Monica stood in front of her husband with her hands against his chest, as if she could stop a man his size. It's okay. He found Lucy. She didn't go to her sleepover, and he was letting me know that she's safe. Her words didn't seem to make much of a difference. What are you doing, walking around with this guy? Where was he taking you? Though he was speaking to his wife, his eyes never left Carlos. Carlos held his gaze, smiling. You must be Duke. This is quite the welcome home party. Your daughter tried to stay in an empty locked building rather than come home. I guess plans with her friend fell through, and she was terrified of the idea of staying here. Duke's laughter was cold enough to chill Carlos. Smart kid. I always knew she had her old man smarts. No, she shouldn't be here tonight. This is no place for her. Maybe this kind of party shouldn't be thrown so his child wasn't fearful of coming home. He held back his true thoughts in favor of saying, yeah, well, staying in an empty building with nothing but snacks and a blanket wouldn't do her any favors either. Why don't you keep your opinions to yourself? Duke challenged, stepping close. When Monica tried to get in the way, he pushed her aside. You don't know any of us. I don't care what you do with the kid tonight, only keep her away from here. She can come home tomorrow, after school. Have you even seen her yet? You just got home today. Duke shrugged. I'll see her tomorrow. Now keep yourself off my property unless you want trouble you can't talk your way out of. To emphasize his point, he shoved Carlos hard enough to send him sprawling against the fence surrounding the house. Laughter rang out from the porch, along with shouts of encouragement. Carlos found his feet, and the kid who used to get into fights in the schoolyard came bubbling up to the surface. Someone he'd worked hard to keep bottled up, deep inside where nobody could get hurt. You'd better think twice before putting hands on me again. He wasn't sure what made his point clear, but the man fell back a step. Just get out of here, Duke barked, pointing. And don't come back. Duke, he's just trying to help Lucy, Monica reminded him in a voice much smaller than the one she'd used with Carlos. Yeah, well, you figure it out. I have better things to do. He sauntered back to the house, arms outstretched, and was greeted like a conquering hero. Meanwhile, Carlos boiled. It was never easy to let somebody get the last word, but when that somebody was a massive jerk, it only made things worse. I'm so sorry about him, Monica said as she brought her gaze to Carlos. He'll be in a better mood tomorrow. At the rate the man was drinking, Carlos doubted that very much. He'd seen that look on her face before too. The one that said she either kept the peace or Duke made her keep the peace. Carlos hated it. She seemed like a sweet woman who deserved better. It's okay, Carlos replied. We'll keep her safe. And if you need anything, you let us know, okay? He hoped she could hear between the lines what he was saying. Nodding, Monica backed up. Thank you. I appreciate that. Turning, he began walking back to his truck. How did he get in the middle of messes like these, and when had this become his problem? That was easy. The moment he'd answered the phone and heard Ashton's shaking voice. He was such a sucker that he wondered if he was grape-flavored.
Chapter 9. The quick around Ashton's fingernails was nearly chewed off by the time Carlos returned to the truck. She'd seen the exchange between him and another large man. It was scary, and she'd almost called the police before a woman stepped in and the other man walked away. He didn't want Lucy at the house. He can't be serious. Ashton seethed. Trust me, Carlos's clipped tone ground out through clenched teeth. You don't want her there either. Ashton rubbed her face with her hands. At least we got permission to let her stay with me. Nodding, Carlos pulled onto the street. Lucy's mom is doing the best she can. She seemed beyond relieved to know she was with you. That's comforting at least. Knowing Lucy does have someone who loves her. I hate giving in to that jerk, though. What kind of father does that? Not a good one for sure. He let out a long exhale. That poor woman is trapped with that man. I told her if she needed anything to give us a call. The defeated tone in his voice spoke volumes. Carlos was a good man, and he cared about other people. Before Ashton could stop herself, she laid her hand on Carlos's bicep. Thank you for helping. If you tried to do anything more than what you did, you could have been hurt with all those men standing around. Carlos glanced down at her hand and then covered hers with his fingers curling around it. I know, but I feel a little lost and helpless. I don't like that feeling. It was a small gesture, but it flooded her with comfort. I know. I feel like that a lot. I bet you do. His voice was soft as he turned into her driveway. He cut the engine and turned to her. It takes a pretty special person to do this kind of work. Pretty courageous too. I admire what you've done. Me? She chuckled. You're the one who runs into burning buildings when everyone else is running away. That's courageous. That's admirable. At this point, she could confidently say she had a crush on Carlos Scott. It was a little silly since this was only the second time she'd been around him. Mostly, it just highlighted her loneliness even more, and the fact that she needed to get out more. A smile lifted his lips. There are different kinds of courage. His gaze found hers, and there was such warmth in his eyes. Ashton tucked a piece of hair behind her ear. I hate the idea of sending her back home to that man. I wish there was more I could do. Lucy was so scared, and knowing what she'll be returning to breaks my heart. She sniffed. Oh, hey, it'll be okay. He pulled her into a hug. We'll find a way. Pulling away, she held his gaze. Why are you so willing to help? Why? Because it's the right thing to do. I don't walk away just because something might be hard. In that moment, she'd never wanted to kiss a man as much as she wanted to kiss Carlos Scott. For once, someone was willing to stand next to her when things got hard. That was one of the reasons she'd put off relationships. The last guy she'd dated didn't care for her choice of professions or passion. The part that made her heart flutter was the way Carlos was looking back at her like he was thinking the same. How long had it been since she'd wished a man would kiss her? A man with a good heart and courage. She was pretty sure he could hear her heart hammering against her ribs, because she could certainly feel it. He bent a fraction closer, and she held her breath. He was going to kiss her, and if the anticipation was anything like the real thing, her socks were going to be shooting through the floor of his truck. Tapping on the window had Carlos turning to the door of his pickup. Ashton turned her attention to her side and found Polly standing there, smiling. She pulled the door open for Ashton. Hey, Ashton. Lucy's asleep. I thought I heard the truck, but you hadn't come in yet, so I thought I'd check on you. Ashton stepped out, her heart in her throat, not sure if she was grateful or broken-hearted. She was sure he'd been about to kiss her. It was like asking for chocolate ice cream and getting kiwi-flavored ice cream. Oh, we were just talking about Lucy. That's all. She's going to stay the night. Your brother was just giving me a pep talk. She smiled. Polly leaned down and looked into the cab and then straightened. He's good at those. She paused. Lucy was great. She talked to me a little but not much in detail. I told her if she ever wants to talk to someone who isn't an adult, she can call me. Ashton hugged Polly. You're such a sweet girl. Thank you, and thank you for letting your brother help me tonight. Shrugging, Polly grinned. Sure. I'm glad he could help. The girl's lips were practically reaching her ears. Carlos braced his hand on the seat. Okay, Polly, we need to get home so you can get to bed. School's tomorrow, and you're grumpy enough of a morning. Polly rolled her eyes, putting one foot in the truck. He's so dramatic at times. I'm not grumpy. Ashton rolled her lips in and waved as Polly slipped into the seat and shut the door. Carlos backed out of the driveway and stopped, waiting for Ashton to get to the door and inside before he drove off. Sinking into a nearby chair, she bent down and put her forehead against her knees. The evening had worn her out both mentally and emotionally. Aside from having a little girl who shouldn't have to fear going home, she'd nearly been kissed by a gorgeous man with an equally attractive heart. If Carlos's sister had been even a minute later, he probably would have kissed her and it could have ruined everything. Polly was a sweet girl, and Ashton couldn't help but wonder how weird it would be for her to see her brother dating someone she considered a friend. It all seemed so unfair. Unfair to Lucy. Unfair to Ashton. Just flat out wrong. But that seemed to be par for the course. At least, that's the way Ashton's life worked out. Plus, as much as she wanted to believe Carlos wouldn't walk away, there were doubts. A kiss would have made it all the more heartbreaking because then she'd know exactly what she was missing. Straightening, she pushed out of the chair to check on Lucy and then go to bed. It was better that her dream stayed a dream. A glimmer of what might be was better than living the truth, or so she told herself. Chapter 10. Ashton stretched her neck and then rolled her head from side to side. She'd spent far too much time on her computer for the day, but the bills waited for no one. If she wanted the electricity to stay on, that is. Leaning back in the chair, she closed her eyes, wishing she could take a nap. She hadn't slept well the past week. Not since she'd taken Lucy to school on Monday. At first, things seemed okay. She'd even seemed happy, which gave Ashton hope that maybe her father wasn't as awful as she'd pictured. Only, after the first few days, she'd stopped coming after school. Now it was Sunday again, and Ashton was worried, especially knowing that Monica seemed scared of her husband. Ashton. Polly's voice broke through her thoughts, and she opened her eyes. Are you okay? I'm fine. Are you getting ready to go? Polly stepped into the office and approached Ashton's desk, taking a seat in the chair across from her. Lucy wasn't here again today. Do you think she's okay? With a sigh, Ashton shrugged. I hope so. Polly crossed her arms over her chest. Is this how it is all the time? Wishing you could help but not being able to. I know my brother sometimes feels bad when they don't get a fire contained as quickly as he wanted. People lose everything, and he'll mope around. He says he doesn't, but he does. Ashton could picture Carlos feeling that way. From everything she'd seen, he had a big heart, so naturally, he'd hate it when bad things happened to people. He was another reason she'd had difficulty sleeping. The little bit of time they'd spent together had only intensified the attraction she felt for him. That almost kiss seemed to play on a continuous loop. It also made her lonelier. After losing her parents, she'd pulled away from everyone. It wasn't on purpose. One day she'd turned around, and all the people she'd called friends weren't there anymore. They'd moved on, gotten married, and were beginning to have families. She'd tried to rekindle those relationships, only to find they had nothing in common. It was a sad day when that finally sank in. Sure, she'd kept her parents' memory alive by putting their fortune to good use, but in the process, she'd lost herself. Was she Ashton Johnson or was she brothers and sisters? She honestly couldn't answer for sure anymore. It sort of comes with the job. Not that I think of it that way. I love what we do here, but it can be draining. You do look a little tired lately. Polly's eyes widened. I didn't mean it that way. I meant. Laughing, Ashton waved her off. I know what you meant. It's okay. I think I'll stop by a fast food place on the way home, drown my sorrows in greasy fries, and then try to get some sleep. Well, you could eat with me and Carlos. I'm sure he wouldn't mind. That was the last thing she needed. As tired as she was, the chance for her to do something embarrassing was increasing. That's very sweet of you, but I'm sure your brother doesn't want someone bugging him on his day off. Polly scooted to the edge of the chair. He won't care. Trust me. I can even call him if you're worried. Besides, fast food isn't healthy, and you've never had my brother's chicken Alfredo. It's the best in the world, and he makes it from scratch. Ashton's stomach grumbled, and her mouth watered. Pasta was her downfall, and if she ever had to watch her carbs, she'd be doomed. That sounds wonderful, but still. Pulling her shoulders back, Polly lifted her head a little. Nope. He'll love it, and so will I. I love my brother, but it would be nice to have a girl to talk to during dinner. He tries, but he has the fashion sense of a buffalo. She cast her gaze down to the floor. Honestly, I need your help. I was asked to prom a few days ago, and every time I bring it up, my brother gets a deer-in-the-headlights look and his face turns white. Poor guy. Ashton couldn't imagine how hard it was for him. Not only was Polly his little sister, but he'd raised her. It was a double whammy. I don't mind helping you, but that doesn't mean I need to come to dinner. No, but you do so much for other people. She shrugged. I just want you to know I appreciate you. It's just dinner. One dinner. That's all. When Ashton hesitated, Polly stuck out her bottom lip. Please. How on earth had Carlos ever won an argument with his sister? Don't turn your sad face on me. She waggled her finger at Polly and smiled. That doesn't work on me. A tiny giggle popped out of Polly, and she grinned. Say you'll come to dinner. Ashton studied her a moment, debating what she should do. There was a promise of homemade chicken Alfredo and seeing Carlos. How was she supposed to have the willpower to refuse that? Before worry had taken over her nights, they'd been filled with scenarios that involved kissing him. But she was an adult, right? Surely she could have dinner with a man without losing her wits. All right, but you need to call him first. If he says no, then you have to accept it. Okay. Polly beamed as she stood, nodding furiously. Great. I'll call him while I check the other side of the building. She hurried out of the office before Ashton could say another word. Dinner with Polly and Carlos. Hopefully, he'd tell his little sister no for whatever reason. Although, a homemade meal did have her mouth watering. She could behave herself long enough to scarf down some noodles and chicken.
Chapter 11. Carlos studied the chessboard, one arm over his chest while he rubbed his jaw with his knuckles on his free hand. Playing against Harris was fun, but it took thought because the guy wasn't easy to beat. The way he played reminded Carlos of his father. He was the one who taught him to play as a little boy. Something he really missed now that his dad was gone. "Are you going to move or just sit there?" Harris asked. "I'll move when I'm good and ready." He was pretty sure he knew his next move. Well, he had a decent choice, he just needed to decide which one he wanted to use. He could swoop in with his bishop and take the knight, or he could pretend to wander into a trap, which would then leave Harris's king at the mercy of his rook. "Did you ever find out about that little girl? Lucy, right? Is she okay?" "As far as I know. Polly gave me a few updates. She said Lucy wasn't there after school the last few days and yesterday. I'm hoping she has better news during dinner tonight." Carlos had swung by the station on his day off because he was bored. There was only so much television he could watch, and now that Polly was older and volunteering after school with the Brothers and Sisters program, he had his evenings pretty free. Harris sat back. That doesn't sound so great, but there could be any number of reasons for that. Maybe the guy is watching her while her mom works. You know, maybe that night you were just seeing the worst side of him. He was just out, partying, not making the best choices. It could be that he wants to spend some time with his kid. Good point. I hope that's it, Carlos said and made his move, deciding to go the trap route. He moved one of his pawns into a position to take the knight on the next turn. If he was right, Harris would move his bishop to take the pawn, leaving the king unprotected from the rook on the other side of the board. "Is Ashton doing okay?" Harris's eyebrows knitted together as he looked over the board. I guess fine. I haven't really talked to her since the day after she found Lucy. I called to make sure everything went well." Harris's mouth dropped open. "What? That's all? And you haven't talked to her in a week? Call her already. You know I can't do that. Remember when I asked Polly's teacher out? I promised I'd never do that again." Nothing had changed either, especially when she'd almost caught him kissing Ashton. 1 second later, and he would have been busted for sure. Her lips had been so close, and his willpower to keep things platonic was waning the longer they sat in her driveway. His stomach had flipped the second Polly knocked on the window. She was angry when the only thing he'd done was ask her teacher out. He couldn't imagine the chewing out he would have received from his sister if he'd kissed Ashton, even if she was the first woman to get his attention in a long while. She's older now. She'd understand. Harris continued to study the board with Carlos, knowing there really was no way Harris would win this one. "Just sit down and talk to her." Shaking his head, Carlos let out a long breath. "No, my attention needs to be on Polly. She's got prom and graduation coming up. It's going to be hard as it is with our parents being absent. I don't need to add to the stress or cause any problems right now. I get that, I do. But you can't continue to put your life on hold. You've done a great job raising her. It's time you got back out there. Started dating." Harris picked up his pawn, moving his bishop into the spot it had held, exactly as Carlos had predicted. Check. Carlos smiled as he took the bishop and set his queen down. "You left your king unprotected while you were busy giving me life advice. Ah, man." Harris slid his king to the square on the left. With that, Carlos positioned his bishop directly diagonal to the king. "And that would be checkmate." Harris scoffed. "What?" His king was trapped. Standing, Carlos took his bishop and knocked Harris's king to his side. "Thanks for the game. I need to get home and start cooking dinner." His phone chimed in his pocket, and he pulled it out. "That's Polly. I definitely need to get." Harris glared at him. "One of these days, I'm going to beat you. And one of these days, I'll have a life and no time to let you." He put the phone to his ear as he strode through the station. "Hey, Polly. I'll be home in a sec. I invited Ashton for dinner." Carlos stopped, too stunned to speak. His brain caught up, and he blinked. You what? I invited Ashton to dinner. You're not mad, are you? Floored was more like it. I thought you didn't want me hanging out with Ashton. And now she was coming to their home for dinner. How was he supposed to keep his distance when his sister was making his 2-lane road into a nearly impassable dirt road on the side of a mountain? Polly sighed heavily as he continued to the parking lot. You tell me all the time that I can control my hormones. Are you trying to say that's not true? He should have known that one would come back to bite him. No, I'm not. Are you saying you like her? No, So it shouldn't be a problem, then, right? Man, he hated it when she did this. Flustering him to the point where he was so twisted he couldn't get his thoughts together. Stop that. I'm not saying anything. I just thought you didn't want Ashton around me. I still have chew marks from the last time I tried to date someone. Hold on. He could hear Ashton's muffled voice in the background. A second later, Polly returned to the call. She's really tired and said she was going to eat fast food. I thought she could use a real meal, and apparently, pasta is her favorite food. Carlos reached his pickup and raked his hand through his hair. He was walking a tightrope, and if he wasn't careful, he was going to be singing soprano. I'm not mad. I don't like her like that, and it's fine if she wants to come to dinner. There will be plenty to eat. He'd worked hard to keep his tone as nonchalant as possible, and he hadn't totally lied. One small lie was okay. His sister seemed to hesitate a second. See, I told you he'd be okay with it. What? Asked Carlos. Ashton wasn't convinced you were okay with her coming, so I put you on speaker so she could hear for herself. Speaker? Ashton had heard him say he didn't like her like that? His heart dropped to his stomach. Yeah, I'm totally fine with it. Great, Polly replied, and he could almost picture her wide smile and thumbs up to Ashton. We'll be there in a few minutes. We were just locking up. Okay, I'll see you at the house. Polly ended the call, and Carlos stuffed the phone in his pocket before getting into his pickup. He leaned his head back and closed his eyes, taking a second to collect his thoughts. He'd just told the first woman he'd been drawn to in years that he didn't like her. It would be a wonder if he could speak at all tonight with the shoe that was stuffed in his throat. As much as he hated Ashton hearing him say it, though, it was probably for the best, even if it cut him a little. He hadn't spent much time around her, but the little he had, he'd liked. He'd liked a lot. Having dinner with her would be like sticking his hand on a stove and leaving it there, knowing when he pulled it off, it would have third-degree burns. Opening his eyes, he stuck the key in the ignition and shook off the loneliness that seemed to be sinking deeper into him. Polly was more important to him than anything. She'd lost so much when their parents died, and he owed it to her to be there for her. He'd worry about himself later. Chapter 12. Standing at the stove, Carlos stirred the sauce as Polly supervised. She elbowed him and moved him out of the way. There needs to be more spice. I've already added spice, and it doesn't need more. You're always too heavy-handed with it. He tried moving her out of the way, and she planted her feet to stay where she was. Ashton would be joining them any minute. She'd told Polly she was stopping by her house to freshen up before coming over. Part of him wondered if that was her way of getting out of dinner. She'd get home then, feign being tired. Truthfully, he couldn't make up his mind which he preferred. You don't know how Ashton likes her food, Polly pointed out, stirring the mushrooms he'd sautéed into the rest of the bubbling mixture. It made for a hearty dinner with plenty of leftovers, at least, when it was just the two of them eating it. You can add more spice to your own plate, but you can't take it out once it's in there. Haven't I taught you anything? He shook his head. Stay out of the kitchen. It's bad enough that you sprang this dinner on me at the last minute. We always have more than enough, Polly replied. I know we do, but I could have planned better. She eyed him up and down. You could put on something nicer than a t-shirt. He looked down at himself. What's wrong with a shirt and jeans? A t-shirt, for one thing. She sighed. It's autumn, and you're wearing a t-shirt. You have all those nice button-downs in your closet. Why not wear one of them? And, ugh, those boots. A pair of dress shoes wouldn't hurt. He'd purposefully dressed down so he didn't give anyone the wrong impression. What is this? A fashion show? I didn't know we had to dress up for company. Fine. I guess it's okay. She rolled her eyes. He let out an exasperated sigh just as the doorbell rang. Good, he said, leaving the kitchen to answer the door. He said as he opened the door, stopping short as Ashton smiled up at him. Man, she looked great. Peeking out from her coat were jeans, a t-shirt, and sneakers, and her hair was pulled back in a ponytail. Simple, easy, and perfect. Although, he did notice the dark circles around her eyes. It made him hurt for her. She did a lot for the community, and to him, it was only right that someone take care of her. Hi. She held up a white box tied with twine. I stopped and got dessert. I had to bring something, no matter what Polly said. When he didn't speak, her eyebrows knitted together. Is everything okay? Shaking his thoughts away, he opened the door wider. Oh, yeah. Come on in. Dinner is just about ready. As she passed him, the scent of her perfume wafted under his nose, and it took effort not to lean in and inhale. A vanilla mixture of sorts with maybe a hint of coconut. Whatever it was, it worked for her and apparently himself as well. Hey! Polly called out from the entrance to the kitchen. We should have enough for leftovers, because Carlos definitely made extra. It smells divine, Ashton assured her while Carlos took her coat. I hope you like cupcakes. I figured that was the safest bet. Who doesn't like cupcakes? Polly laughed. She noticed Carlos standing in the same spot as before, still holding Ashton's coat. When Ashton had her back turned, Polly tipped her head to the coat rack and then lifted an eyebrow like she was saying that not only did he need to get it together, but he needed to remember his promise. That tightrope he was walking was now the size of a string of floss, and all Ashton had done was smile at him. He could picture himself needing EMS by the time the evening was over. His plan to hide in his room was the only course of action he had at this point, even if his heart was screaming otherwise. As he hung up Ashton's coat, she reached Polly and they disappeared into the kitchen. Her laughter rang out, mixing with Polly's, and his chest tightened to the point that it made it hard to breathe. By now, he'd pictured himself married, and if he didn't have kids, they weren't far away. It made the lonesomeness he'd been feeling nearly overwhelming as the laughter rang out again. That vision of a family when he first took Polly in was haunting him a little more than usual since he'd met Ashton, but that vision with Gail ended pretty badly. What if that happened again? Setting his hands on his hips, he worked to push down his thoughts and feelings. He could keep himself in check for one evening. Ashton needed a good home-cooked meal and a chance to forget whatever created those dark circles. He could at least do that for her.
Chapter 13. Carlos at home wasn't any different than Carlos at work or in a crisis. He was easygoing and good-natured. Plus, the man could cook. She'd been kidding when she first met him about being a goner if he could clean, but if these culinary skills were also added to that package, she'd want a ring. His relationship with Polly made Ashton nearly swoon. He was so good with her. Firm but gentle. This man would make an excellent father one day. Her thoughts tried to stray a little too far with that, and she corralled them back. It was one thing to joke to herself about rings, but that was as far as she was willing to go, especially since he said that he didn't like her on the phone. Although, he'd seemed a little caught off guard when Polly told him he was on speakerphone. They'd barely dug into the meal before the story started. Currently, Polly had her big brother blushing so hard it was a wonder he didn't need an ice pack for his cheeks. So what's he do? He tells me he's going to take me shopping for one. Polly looked at her brother, laughing. Ashton's mouth dropped open. You didn't. Keeping his eyes fixed on his plate, he replied, in my defense, I didn't think of how weird it would look. A grown man taking a girl out for her first bra. In my head, I was being a good big brother, making sure she had what she needed. With a snort, Polly rolled her eyes. Not only did the saleslady think something weird was going on, but he didn't know where to look because of all the underwear all around us. He was so uncomfortable and acting so weird that the lady made him wait outside so she could make sure I was okay. When I told her he was my brother, she thought it was really cute. Not just cute but sweet. It didn't take much to picture Carlos in that situation and swoon a little. "Why are we even talking about this?" he asked, finally lifting his head. "I don't remember how we got on the topic." "We were talking about growing pains," Ashton reminded him. "How to deal with the awkward stuff. I have a few boys in the program who could, use a little guidance when it comes to hygiene. I know that when changes happen, they happen practically overnight, but sheesh." She waved a hand in front of her nose. "Unpleasant, huh?" He chuckled. "Nothing like raging hormones." He cut a glance at Polly. Polly glared at him. "Shut up. That's putting it mildly." Ashton sighed. "There are things they need to know, but they certainly don't want to talk to a woman about it. They're starting to become interested in girls, and clearly, there isn't anybody at home to clue them in." "Yeah, no girl's gonna want to hang out with them if they stink," Polly said before popping a piece of chicken into her mouth. "I love this sauce." She wrinkled her nose and picked up the red pepper flakes sitting on the table. "It needs more heat." Ashton shook her head. "Any more heat and I'd need an ice bath." Carlos nudged Polly with his elbow. "See? I told you." Rolling her eyes, Polly shook some flakes onto her dish and set the bottle down. "How am I related to you?" "I think it's delicious." Ashton twirled some noodles around her fork. "I think I could drink the sauce." Carlos laughed. "It's just something I found on the internet. It was easy, and we were bored with just red jar sauce." Ashton tilted her head as she finished the bite. "Do you do most of the cooking?" No, that'd be me," Polly said. "But it's not because he doesn't want to. I like experimenting. Not all experiments turn out so well, though." Carlos's eyes took on a mischievous glint. "Do the words fried rice ring a bell?" Groaning, Polly rolled her eyes. "Why do you have to go and throw that in my face in front of company? I thought we weren't ever going to talk about that again. Now I need to know what happened." Ashton laughed. It was so nice having a conversation instead of half-watching television. Plus, she enjoyed watching the dynamic between Polly and Carlos. She'd always wished for a brother or sister she could tease and joke with, somebody who shared her history. Polly shot her brother a dirty look. "I took the name literally," she grumbled. "I thought you actually had to fry it. Like, in oil. The way you fry chicken." Ashton's eyes widened, and she sucked in a sharp breath. "Oh no. That would have been a disaster." "Yeah," Carlos said, nearly shaking from laughing so hard. "We broke out the fire extinguisher that night. Since then, my chef's sister looks up recipes to get an idea of how something's normally cooked before rolling up her sleeves and jumping in. It happens." Ashton bumped Polly with her wrist. "I once forgot to put flour in a cake. True story. No flour whatsoever. Don't ask me what I was thinking. And another time, I poured cold water into a hot Pyrex pan." "Oh no," Polly whispered. "Yeah. I spent the night cleaning glass off of just about every surface in the kitchen. I learned my lesson, though." Ashton turned to Carlos. "What about you? Any kitchen disasters to share with us?" "More than a few," Polly said, pushing her chair back from the table. "I know he cooked tonight, but, really, I usually do most of it." Carlos scoffed. "No fair. I make a mean breakfast. It's the most important meal of the day. Shrugging, Ashton finished off the last bite of noodles before asking, "Have you ever thought about pursuing cooking as a career?" She could tell she'd hit a nerve the second Polly lowered her gaze and tension filled the room. "I've thought about it." Her voice was soft, and she turned to the sink. "But there's lots of stuff I'm interested in." Carlos's lips turned down as he pinched them together, joining Polly at the sink. "That's a tough field to get into, especially for women. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's very difficult. Some of those men act downright hostile toward the women in the kitchen." "Carlos worked as a dishwasher during high school," Polly said. The words came out clipped. "So that means he knows everything." Silence stretched as the air grew awkward and tense. "There's nothing wrong with being a home chef," Ashton said, breaking the silence. "Anyway, you're right. There are so many different things you could do with your life. I envy you. You have all these possibilities in front of you. Did you know what you wanted to do when you were my age?" Polly looked over her shoulder at Ashton. Ashton thought back then shook her head. "I mean, I knew I wanted to help people. I've always wanted to help. I was the friend people came to for advice. I used to reach out to new kids in school and invite them to have lunch with me. It didn't make me cool, let's just put it that way." She chuckled as memories roared back. "So I guess in a way I did, but I didn't know what to call it." "I don't think you need an official title," Carlos said, bumping his sister's shoulder with his. "Anything Polly puts her mind to, she can do." He winked at his sister. Polly grumbled and rolled her eyes, handing him a rinsed dish to dry. Ashton had noticed that Polly did that a lot, but there was an affection between them that warmed her heart. Again, it made her wish she'd had a sibling. Someone to lean on after her parents died. Being on her own, dealing with the grief and having no one around her to understand, had made it difficult to process. Once the dishes were washed, they enjoyed a cupcake as Polly and Carlos shared more of their stories with Ashton, making her like him even more. He was kind, selfless, and courageous. Polly adored him, and it was mutual between them. If Ashton could, she would invite herself to dinner permanently. They'd eaten the treats too quickly for Ashton, and before she knew it, Carlos was walking her to her car. Just as she opened the door, she turned to him. "I've been thinking about paying a visit to Lucy's house." "I don't know about that." His lips turned down as he held her gaze. "It's risky. This is not a nice man we're talking about. No offense, but I'm not Polly." She smiled. "You're sweet to be concerned, but there's nothing wrong with me checking on Lucy. She always comes in on Sundays, but she wasn't there today. I think enough time has passed that it makes sense to check in." He blew out a long, low whistle. "Promise me you'll get out of there if it seems like he's in a bad mood." "Scout's honor. I'll even call you when I'm done and give you an update." He chewed his lip like he was debating with himself. "I'd feel better if I went with you. Given the way Lucy's mom acted, he's trouble." So was Carlos, but in the best way. He was making her senses go haywire. She deliberately scooted her chair closer to Polly's just so she wasn't tempted to breathe him in. The cool breeze swirling around them held the scent of whatever aftershave or cologne he wore, making her dizzy. "As kind an offer as that is, I think that might stir up more trouble than we want. Your last encounter with him didn't go so well." "I know, but..." She stepped into him, palming his chest, and instantly realized she'd made a mistake. He was far too close for the rational side of her brain to function. The one that said kissing him was a bad idea. That she didn't need to get involved with Polly's brother. Covering her hand with his, he cupped her cheek, gazing into her eyes. For a guy who said he didn't like her, he sure was acting like he did. "I just don't want you to get hurt." "I'll be careful," she whispered. It was as loud as she could speak since her mouth had gone dry. That small current of air circulating earlier seemed to stall, and the world fell away. Carlos bent forward and stopped, seeming at war with himself. Dropping his hand from her cheek, he loosened his hold on her and stepped back. At this point, if she wanted chocolate ice cream, she'd have to hit up a different store. "We should probably keep this professional." "Polly." "I know, and I wouldn't want to hurt her either." The words were so bitter on her tongue, but he was right. If something happened, she'd not only lose him but Polly as well. The last thing she wanted to do was hurt either one of them. "Plus, my life is a little hectic right now. I really can't handle a relationship." What a big, fat whopper of a lie. Well, the hectic part was true, but she was pretty sure she could handle a relationship with Carlos. Nodding, he smiled. "Exactly. Polly has prom coming and graduation. I need to be there for her." "I understand. We can be friends, though." "Friends? Really? How lame, but it was better than nothing." "Absolutely." Ashton gave a half-hearted wave and slipped into her car. It wasn't until she couldn't see him in her rearview mirror that she pulled over and set her forehead against the steering wheel. There wasn't a time she could remember wanting a kiss as badly as she wanted Carlos's. His kind heart, generous nature, and courage were a magnet for her. Meeting that type of man was a one-in-a-million opportunity. Except, he was right. If something happened and their relationship went south, it would hurt more than them. Polly would be in the middle, and it wasn't fair to her. Ashton needed to set aside her selfish wants and think of Polly's needs. What if she needed someone to confide in? Sure, she had Elise, but Polly needed more than one woman to come to when she was confused or hurt. She needed someone to go bra shopping with. Taking a long, deep breath, Ashton lifted her head. Having Carlos as a friend would make life a little easier. If nothing else, she'd have someone to call if she needed another adult to talk to. This was a good thing. Keeping their friendship was more important, and since she didn't have any friends at all, one was a good start. Chapter 14. Sunday morning dawned bright and sunny, and Ashton wore a bright yellow scarf in celebration of a beautiful day. Maybe if Duke saw it, his mood would be a little brighter. More than anything, she didn't want him on the defensive. She just wanted to check on Lucy. Surely, he'd take that as a good thing. That someone cared. She had to believe there was goodness and decency in him and that Lucy's mysterious absence could be easily explained. There didn't have to be any unsavory business going on. Duke didn't have to be a monster or even a neglectful parent. He'd just been released from prison, and she had no idea how that could affect someone. Maybe the night of the drunken party was just a fluke. She held this idea in her head as she knocked on the front door. The house wasn't in great shape, even without dozens of people hanging out on the porch and littering the lawn with cigarette butts. Monica was a good, conscientious mom, though. She held this in her head, too, as somebody approached the door and opened it. Duke's imposing frame filled the doorway to the point that he nearly had to hunch down. "Yeah," he growled, looking her up and down. Ashton fought against the impulse to duck and run. So much for the benefit of the doubt. "Hi," she stammered. "I'm Ashton Johnson. I run the Brothers and Sisters program." He squinted. "Right. You're the one who had Lucy stay over. Thanks a lot. It was cool to do that." "It was no problem. She's such a great kid, which is why I'm here." I just wanted to check on her." She raised her voice a little, just in case Lucy could hear, so she'd know somebody cared. "I haven't seen her in days, and she's normally one of the kids I can count on seeing." "Yeah, well, she's been busy." He cocked an eyebrow like he was challenging her to question him. "I don't like the idea of her being around all those other kids all the time anyway. Her mom's always harping on that, but we disagree. Now that I'm home, things are gonna be different." Ashton's heart sank. "Oh. I see. That's a shame. I mean, we'll miss her." "I know I will for sure. She's a great kid. Do you think I could stop by from time to time just to see how she's doing?" "Why?" Ashton blinked hard, shocked by the question. Well, because I've grown to love her. She's a sweet little girl with a lot of potential. I'd love to see that potential grow." "Yeah, well, I'd love it if somebody who doesn't have a say in her life would mind their own business," Duke replied, nearly growling. "And I'd love it if you got off my property." Typically, she would have done as he asked, and the more logical part of her brain said to run, but she couldn't just leave without trying to see Lucy. "Can I at least see her? So she knows I'm thinking about her. I don't want her to think I just forgot about her." "You need to do as you're told and get off my property." He puffed out his chest and pretended to lunge at her. He hadn't stepped a foot out the door, so she knew he was faking the threat. "Don't you care that your daughter was having fun and had friends?" He leveled his eyes at her, and through clenched teeth, he replied, "Get off my porch, get off my property, and don't let me see you again." He thrust an arm out the door, pointing. "Get while you can still walk." "That sounds a lot like a threat," she said in a steady voice, holding his gaze as she backed away with slow, measured steps. "Not a great idea to threaten someone while you're probably on parole. Keep that in mind, if only for Lucy's sake." He slammed the door as she walked down the steps, and by the time she made it to her car, tears were streaming down her face. How could a father not care about what was best for their child? And now she'd stood up to the man, and the likelihood of Lucy ever returning was incredibly slim. Slipping into her car, she glanced back at the house to find Lucy staring through one of the windows, waving. That, at least, gave her a little peace that she was okay. Although, from this distance, she couldn't tell if there were bruises or not. But the little girl was alive and breathing, which meant there was still a chance Ashton could see her again. Ashton raised a hand, touching it to her lips to blow a kiss, hoping the little girl knew she was loved and wanted by at least one person in the world other than her mom. It broke Ashton's heart to leave Lucy with a man like that, but there was nothing she could do. She had no proof if he was abusing her, and at this point, nosing around would only make things worse for Lucy. Men like Duke usually took their anger out on the person who caused problems, the ones with the least ability to fight back. She didn't want Monica facing his wrath either. Pulling out her phone, she quickly sent a text to Carlos letting him know she'd tried to talk to Duke and was safe. At this point, all Ashton could do was cry and hope that somehow things would work out.
Chapter 15. Carlos knocked on the doorframe of Ashton's office. In her text, she'd said she was safe, but his gut told him to check on her. Now, he was glad he listened since he was pretty sure she was crying. "Hello?" Looking up from her desk, she gave him a small smile. "Hi. I got your text, but I had a feeling you might need to talk." Rather than sitting in the chair across from her, he rounded the desk and perched on the edge. "Are you okay?" Considering her red-rimmed eyes, it was pretty obvious she wasn't. Still, he figured giving her the option to tell him to take a hike was the gentlemanly thing to do, especially since he didn't know if she was mad at him or not. He'd nearly messed up the night before after she had dinner with him and Polly, almost kissing her for the second time and then giving her the lame excuse that he needed to focus on Polly. Not that he didn't, but he should have just told her about the promise he'd made. Except that would have made Polly the bad guy, and he didn't want that either. I feel so bad, Ashton said before blowing her nose and then tossing it into the overflowing wastebasket by her desk. I ruined everything. I should never have gone. What happened? She explained, stopping at the house, just like she'd planned. Monica wasn't there. I didn't see her anyway. That man doesn't deserve the title of dad. He was awful. Awful how? Sniffing, she pulled another tissue from the box and dabbed her eyes. He yelled in my face and threatened me, but... He what? The question was louder than he'd planned. Ashton held a finger to her lips. The kids, she said softly. Sorry. He composed himself. Go on. He made a snide comment. You know. Get out of here while you can still walk. Anger built in his chest. That wasn't okay. I was on his property. She sighed. And he had already asked me to go. Still. It's not okay to threaten anyone. Something tells me Duke skipped school when they were teaching about manners. She gave a half-hearted chuckle. He was so angry, and all I did was tell him that Lucy was missed and that I cared. Carlos knew the law. Unless they could prove Duke was hurting Lucy, there was nothing they could do. Not letting his child go to an after-school program wasn't grounds for removing Lucy. He was her parent, and he had a right to keep her home. However, Carlos also knew Lucy had liked being there. She felt safe, obviously, or she wouldn't have tried to spend the night alone in the building. Ashton had talked about how much Lucy loved spending her afternoons at Brothers and Sisters. It seemed a shame that Duke didn't take that into consideration. Is she still going to school? Carlos asked. I guess so. I could always call to check. Why? I'm just thinking aloud. I mean, if the after-school program is the only thing she's missing, that's not really a reason to step in. Her lips turned down, and anger flashed in her eyes. Carlos held up his hands. I'm not saying I don't agree with you or that it isn't frustrating to see a parent cast aside what might be best for their child. Her lips trembled as her anger died. I know. Doesn't mean I have to like it. I don't like it either, and I think you need to stay away from him. He's bad news. Whatever he's involved with, you don't want to be part of it. How do you know what he's involved with? I don't for certain. He shrugged. He tried an internet search, but all that came up was his last prison stint. But it can't be anything good. People don't go to prison for smiling too much, you know? She shot him a small smile, and then the corners of her lips turned down as her eyebrows knitted together. True. It just breaks my heart. It's not fair. The reason the program was so successful was her inability to give up. No, it sure isn't. Not to Lucy or her friends, but there's also the other kids in the program. They need you too. She nodded, taking a deep breath. You're right. You're absolutely right. I can't lose sight of the big picture. She crossed her arms over her chest, squaring her shoulders. I can't let them down. Man, he loved her fighting spirit. You're really something else, you know? Ashton raised an eyebrow. Is that a compliment? Carlos chuckled. What else would it be? I don't know. Her hands dropped to her lap as she shrugged. When my parents would say I was something else, they weren't always being complimentary. As she stood, he stood with her. I mean it. It takes a special person to do this kind of work. A light blush blanketed her cheeks, and she looked at the floor. You're just being sweet. He leaned in, brushing his lips against her cheek. I'm being honest. And he also needed to put some distance between them before the temptation to kiss her overwhelmed him. Now, where are these boys who need lessons on personal hygiene? Nothing like smelly teenage boys to shift his thoughts. If he couldn't hold Ashton and comfort her, the least he could do was help her with the kids. Maybe it would make her job easier and do the kids some good.
Chapter 16. Wednesday afternoon, a knock rang from the doorway to Ashton's office. She lifted her head from the invoices she was checking, expecting to see a kid. She'd only just opened the doors, so to speak, with kids trickling in after school to do homework or play basketball. Hey, Ashton said, relief filling her as Lucy's mom walked in. Monica cleared her throat, holding up a hand to wave. I'm sorry to bother you. Not at all. Ashton practically leaped out of her chair. It's not a bother. Please, have a seat. Can I get you something to drink or a snack or anything? Silly thing to offer, but her mouth was on autopilot. She was so grateful to see the woman. I'm okay, thank you. I'm stopping by on my way home from work. Monica still wore the smock from her job as a cashier at the local supermarket. They'd run into each other there plenty of times. So I can't stay long. Of course. Ashton nodded. So Monica was working the morning shift lately. At least Lucy had her mother there with her in the afternoons. That was good to know. At least her father and his buddies wouldn't be the ones influencing the little girl. I know you stopped by over the weekend, and I would have come earlier, only I had to do it when Duke wouldn't find out. You really shouldn't have come to the house, Monica said as she sat in the chair across from Ashton. Ashton's shoulders sagged. How had she not taken into consideration what stopping by could have done to this poor woman? I'm so sorry if I made things harder for you. I really am. I was only concerned because we hadn't seen Lucy, and there were no phone calls or explanations. I understand. Really. And I told that to Duke, too. I told him he couldn't expect Lucy to just quit and no one come by. That you really care about these kids. She lowered her gaze, fidgeting with her fingers. He said he'd deal with it if you showed up. I had to work, so I couldn't be there. I'm sorry I missed you. Ashton smiled. Things might have gone a lot better if it was you who opened the door and not your husband. Miss Johnson. Ashton, please, she said. Ashton. My husband has a terrible temper. You don't want to cross him. I mean it. Before Ashton could speak, Monica added, not Lucy. I know that's probably what you were thinking, but he doesn't hurt her. He doesn't hurt me, much either. He just yells mostly. I can handle it, though. You shouldn't have to handle it. That's abuse, Monica. I'm fine, but you won't be. Just steer clear, okay? Please. For everybody's sake. What could Ashton do? How could she help when she was being asked to leave the situation alone? Sure, it was possible Duke wouldn't ever get physically violent, but the odds weren't in his favor. A man like that. Eventually, they did, and their families suffered. I'm so sorry, Ashton whispered. I know how this is going to sound, and I want you to know I'm not asking with any judgment. But why are you still with him if he acts this way? You were doing just fine with Lucy on your own. From the outside, I know, it's easy for me to say. But if you needed help. I don't need your help. Monica sat ramrod straight, holding her purse in her lap. I don't need anybody's help. But my daughter needs her father. Little girls need their fathers. Yes, but if that father was a man with a violent temper, one who was involved in activities that had already sent him to prison, what good could it do to have him around? I understand, and your business is your business. It's just, that night Lucy stayed with me, she kept telling me how quiet and peaceful it was. It gave me the impression that maybe things aren't so peaceful at home. Ashton, like you said, my business is my business. You don't know anything about my family. You only know what you've heard from me and my daughter. Just stay out of it. Of course, Ashton was documenting everything and she could report it, but what would she tell the authorities? Suspicions. It would only cause more problems and shut down the little bit of communication she currently had. She didn't want that. Maybe there was some way she could convince Monica she was on her side. Ashton sighed. You're right, and I'm sorry. I don't mean any harm. Well, you might not have meant it, but you caused it. He was in a mood for days after that. You can't come back anymore, understand? That's another thing I came here to warn you about. She paused a moment and took a breath. Lucy is okay. She's safe, and she doesn't need any help. You need to steer clear now. He's angry with you. Still. I mean, he was good and mad on Sunday. When Duke gets mad, it doesn't go away. It just simmers. He holds grudges. You don't want to be in his sights. The way she said it twisted Ashton's stomach in knots. Okay. And again, I'm so sorry if I caused you any trouble. It's nothing I can't handle. Monica stood, and Ashton followed. Thank you for taking the time to see me. It's no problem. At all. Anytime. Please, tell Lucy I said hi. She chewed her lip. Tell her I'm thinking about her, okay? I will. Monica smiled, and Ashton noticed how much younger she looked. She misses you a lot. I wish things could be different, I really do. I liked having her here. I trusted you and everybody else, and she was having a lot of fun. She talked about you all the time. She doesn't so much anymore because. I understand. Only she didn't understand, not even a little, and it hurt thinking Lucy couldn't have what she wanted and needed all because her father was such an angry man. What problem could he possibly have with Lucy being around other children, with her growing and building her confidence? Was there more to it than that? The better question was, could Ashton do anything more than what she was doing? No was the resounding answer. It left her feeling defeated and helpless.
Chapter 17. I'm sorry I'm late. Carlos sank into the booth, facing Ashton. She'd been in his thoughts a lot the last few days, and he'd called her on a whim, hoping she could have lunch with him. It was flirting with danger, but he couldn't stop thinking about her. It had been nice to talk to someone other than Polly or the guys. A woman who piqued his interest and seemed to draw him like no other he'd ever met. You're only 5 minutes late. She smiled. I won't hold it against you. It's rude to keep somebody waiting. I don't want you to think I'm that kind of guy. He had a good reason, but he was afraid of telling her the real reason why. Would she think he was weird? On the way to the diner, he'd stopped by the cemetery to visit his parents' graves. Something he'd done a lot more often when he'd first taken the role of Polly's guardian. For some unknown reason, it helped to stop by when he was struggling. Of course, he never got answers, but talking aloud about the problems he was facing seemed to clear his mind and give him peace. Ashton leaned forward with her arms on the table. You don't strike me as a rude person, and I'm sure you had a reason. Her eyebrows knitted together as her gaze roamed over his face. Is everything okay? Yeah, everything's okay. He picked up the menu, scanning the items. The burgers here are supposed to be excellent. I've heard that too. She tapped the outside of the menu to get his attention. And your mouth is saying everything's okay, but that's not the vibe I'm getting. He lifted his gaze to hers. Man, she was gorgeous, even in a simple sweater and jeans. There was no ignoring her observation either. Really, everything's okay. Traffic was just a little heavier than I expected. Okay, no big deal. She chuckled as she laid the menu out on the table. Don't be so hard on yourself. He laughed with her. I may have heard that before. He sobered, wondering if he should just tell her what had held him up. Maybe she did that too and would appreciate knowing she wasn't alone. A waiter came to the table, and once their food was ordered, he picked up a fork, twirling it on the table. I was visiting my parents. Her mouth fell slightly open. Oh. I see. What a way to put a damper on their lunch, but he'd already said it. Too late to turn back now. I stop by whenever I can, though there's been more and more time between visits lately. I know they're not really there, but it feels like the right thing to do. I keep the area clear of weeds and debris. You know, little things. I think my mom would appreciate it. She was always a neat freak. Polly inherited that from her. I've noticed she's very precise about how things should be, Ashton replied. I wish I had that discipline, honestly. Me too. I'm more like my dad. A mad rush at the last minute to clean up. It drives Polly crazy. The tension eased as they talked, and he set the fork down. I'd say he was a good man based on you. Carlos couldn't help but feel warm all over. Who wouldn't? I try to be. It's not always easy. Lately, which it seems a bit corny, I've been visiting more often. Sometimes I wonder if I'm doing a good enough job with Polly. Actually, I get it. She lowered her gaze to the table. When my parents first died and all this money was dumped in my lap, I was so overwhelmed. How to be a good steward and make them proud. To keep their memory alive. The temptation to kiss her hit him even harder than the night they'd had dinner together. Having someone who understood the grief and wondering what they should do with the responsibility they'd been given drew him to her like a magnet. I have to say, though, she said, stretching her arm out to cover his hand with hers. I think they'd love who Polly is. She's terrific. You've done a great job. It was a simple gesture and more comforting than she would ever know. It's sweet of you to say that. I guess I've done the best I could, but it never feels like enough. He took a deep breath. I just wonder sometimes if I'm doing everything I can. Am I guiding her in the right direction for her, or am I trying to push her into what I think is right for her? I don't want to keep her from doing the things she wants to do, but is she old enough to understand what those things might be? Nodding, Ashton patted his hand. Like I said before, you're too hard on yourself. You say that, but I made a promise to my dad when he named me her guardian in their will that I'd take care of her, never thinking I'd ever have to. Now that I am, his shoulders sagged. Sometimes, I just don't know. I'd say you are, she replied just above a whisper. He lifted his gaze to hers. Am I? When she was younger, it was so much easier. Now that she's older, I worry all the time that I'm falling short. It was like a dam breaking. All the things he'd been carrying, the worry and fear. They were pouring out of him with such force that he wasn't sure he could stop them. And for some reason, the woman sitting across from him seemed like someone who would understand.
Chapter 18. Could Carlos be any more perfect? The fact that you worry whether you're doing your best. Pulling her hand back, Ashton paused as the waiter stopped at the table with their food. As soon as he was gone, she continued, "You've done a great job, and Polly is the proof." He ate a fry and quickly pushed his plate back and blew air on his fingers. Wow! Hot! He laughed and took a drink of his soda. I just wish sometimes I had a confirmation from my parents. A little something to know that they'd approve. Carlos, what I've learned since starting Brothers and Sisters is that you can only do your best. That's the same for any parent or guardian. I'm sure your parents felt the same way when they were raising you, and my parents felt the same about me. She shrugged, picking up the smallest fry and popping it into her mouth. Maybe. The light in his eyes seemed to grow a little brighter. Not maybe. Fact. Polly is well-adjusted, responsible, kind, and caring. Right there, that tells me you've done an awesome job with her. She could have gone another way, become bitter and angry at the world. She didn't. She has a heart as big as anybody I know. That gives me a bit of peace. That you see that in her. She's amazing. Like her brother. Ashton grinned. Shaking his head, Carlos chuckled. Now, I wouldn't go that far. Oh, he was. I would. Lowering his gaze, it seemed he was trying to hide the blush creeping up his neck and into his cheeks. He was so cute. Well, he was cute just about all the time, but especially now. He lifted his gaze a fraction. Anyway, now you know why I was running late, and why I sometimes annoy Polly to the point where she either yells her head off or refuses to speak to me. I think that would be the case with any younger sister. Granted, I don't know from personal experience, but isn't contention part of just about every sibling relationship at one time or another? Another delicious laugh from him. You make a good point. I knew I was smart to ask you to lunch. He took a bite of his burger, his eyes sparkling as his gaze finally met hers. All she could think was that she wanted to be the reason there was a sparkle in his eyes, or that she had the power to take the weight off his shoulders, way longer than just a lunch. She wanted to be someone he trusted with his secrets and his concerns. Like the night she'd had dinner with him and Polly, lunchtime zipped by, leaving her wishing she could slow it down just to spend another minute with him. I better get back, she sighed, checking the time once they'd left the restaurant. Another day, another opportunity to break up a fight over who stole whose scrunchie. He chuckled. Remember when life's conflicts were all that simple? Every little thing seemed like the end of the world, she said, turning to him once they reached her car. Of course, grown-ups can overinflate situations too. They can make a big deal out of something that doesn't have to cause them nearly so much stress. He scratched the back of his neck. About what you heard on the phone. It's okay. She touched his arm. I really understand. Polly, grief mixed with anguish twisted his features. He stepped closer, pulling her into a hug. A small groan escaped as he seemed to breathe her in. Thank you for lunch and for listening, he whispered. Wrapping her arms around him, she pressed her cheek to his chest. Anytime. They stood there, wrapped in each other's arms, innocent and intimate at the same time. In her mind, this is what a relationship was. Watching the tsunami roar closer and, instead of running, holding on to someone. Dropping his arms, he stepped back, the chill of his absence immediately hitting her. He smiled. If you need anything, give me a call. Okay. And stay safe. Same goes for you, mister, she said, poking him in the stomach, which was all the physical contact she'd allow herself at the moment, especially when she was having visions of throwing her arms around his neck and kissing all his worries away. Carlos half turned, giving her one last smile. I'll see you later. She nodded and opened the door. See you later. There'd been no change in their status, but she felt lighter than air. Whatever moment they'd had just now was etched into her relationship must-haves. A man who held her like she was the only person in the world he wanted or needed, and the feeling was mutual.
Chapter 19. The sound of a motorcycle engine wasn't exactly familiar. Yes, people cruised around Baker Beach on them sometimes, but they typically didn't make a habit of it, and they most definitely didn't park in front of the firehouse. Carlos was hosing down the truck Sunday morning when they arrived. 3 of them, with a familiar man in the middle. What are they doing here? Brian asked, turning off the hose. Beats me, Carlos replied. Only Duke climbed off, with the other 2 sitting and waiting. Keeping a lookout maybe? Sending a silent message that they had Duke's back if anything came of this? As if anything would. This was where Carlos worked. He wouldn't do anything to jeopardize a job he loved. You want a little help? Brian asked under his breath as Duke walked up the drive, taking off his sunglasses as he did. No, you should go inside. For now, I'll consider it a friendly conversation. If I need help, I'll call. Clearly, Brian didn't agree with this approach and hesitated a beat before leaving the bay. Carlos wasn't sure he agreed with it either, but he didn't want Brian pulled into whatever might happen. I heard you were a firefighter. Duke approached the bay as he stuck his hands in his pockets. You heard correctly, Carlos replied, letting the hose drop to the floor. A smile lifted one corner of the man's lips. I always wanted to be a fireman when I was a kid, Duke said, his gaze roaming over the truck. I used to love walking by the firehouse, this firehouse, actually, and looking at the truck when the bay doors were open. So shiny and huge, you know? To a kid, it was just about the biggest and loudest thing in the world. I felt the same way. Carlos smiled at the memory. He'd known from an early age what he'd wanted to do with his life. I was obsessed as a kid. The first one in line to come in when they'd have an open house. Maybe we ran into each other during those. Duke's gaze settled on Carlos. Maybe we did. Life's funny that way. Carlos took a deep breath. Is there something else you came here for? Or were you in the mood to relive old memories? My old lady doesn't think I know, but I saw her come out of that brother's and sister's place on Wednesday. I thought I'd come by and make sure we had an understanding. My kid is mine, and you got no business telling me how to handle my kid. I just want to make that clear. I don't remember telling you how to handle your kid, Carlos muttered. All I remember was coming by to let Lucy's parents know she'd hidden to keep from coming home. At the time, we didn't know she'd been told to stay with a friend. You know how kids are. Duke shrugged. Yeah, I do. I've raised my sisters since our parents died. Then you know what it's like. His eyes lit up. Sometimes they leave out important details. They make it seem like they're afraid to go home because things are bad there, when what was the truth? We were having a party and knew it was no good for her to be there. I mean, you saw it. He chuckled, stroking his beard. It wasn't a place for kids. Nodding, Carlos had to bite back what he wanted to say. I get it, but in my defense, she seemed genuinely scared. From the way I saw it, she was a little girl in trouble. You need to see it from my point of view. I don't need to do anything. Duke crossed his arms over his chest. I'm telling you the way it is, and now I'm telling you to mind your own business. You and that mouthy woman of yours. Carlos blinked. I'm sorry, what? You heard me. She's got a big mouth on her, and she needs to stay away from my place. It's gonna get her into trouble one of these days if she's not careful. Blinking, Carlos was taken aback for a second. Why was this man coming at him? There was nothing going on between him and Ashton to even suggest that he had a say in her actions. He'd hugged her the day before, but that was it, though it was a lot less than what he'd really wanted to do. Holding her, breathing her in, it helped him more than she'd ever know. Okay, for one thing, she's not my woman, so it's not my place to tell her what to do. For another, it's not wise to threaten people when you're probably still on parole. Or am I wrong? Duke took a step back. Just remember what I said. Keep that woman away from my property. Away from his property. From what Carlos knew, Ashton had made a single visit to check on Lucy. He thought this guy was bad news, but now the feeling he got was that Duke was dangerous. It made Carlos wonder if there was more than Lucy at the core. He'd just gotten out of prison. Was there a chance he was doing something that could get him sent back? Duke began walking backward. Keep her away from me and mine. Why don't you try riding around without a pair of guys with you if you're such a tough man? Carlos called out, grinning. Or are you afraid to face your problems on your own? That's the thing. Duke mounted his bike, sliding his sunglasses into place. You're not a problem. You're about the furthest thing from a problem I can imagine. All three men laughed together, shaking their heads and throwing looks of disgust his way as they started up their engines. It was a relief when they rolled away, out of sight. That wasn't exactly promising. Carlos whirled around, surprised to find Greg hovering near the rear of the truck. I didn't know you were there. I thought I should be, just in case. He stepped out of the shadows, staring down the road in the direction the bikers had ridden. Looks like you've earned yourself some interesting acquaintances, my friend. Yeah, interesting. Not exactly the word he would have used. What had Ashton done to prompt Duke to show up at the station? Whatever it was, Carlos needed to convince her to stop. If not, Polly would be mourning another person she loved.
Chapter 20. Crisp night air sent a chill down Ashton's spine as she locked up the brothers and sisters building. It was well past when she normally left, but that was no surprise, especially at this time of year, when night fell earlier all the time. The holidays were practically around the corner, and as always, parents were busier, working more. Maybe they'd do something at the building this year. A Thanksgiving meal with the kids and parents. Maybe have a Santa at the center and a small gift exchange or something. It was something to consider. She could send out a letter asking the community for feedback. The thought of reading through the feedback, however, exhausted her before she'd even started. Maybe it would end up being more trouble than it was worth. Just one more thing to add to her list of to-dos or to-don'ts. Hey, you. Whirling around, she smiled at the sound of Carlos's voice. She'd thought about him nearly non-stop since their lunch on Saturday. If she was honest, part of her was hoping he'd call and ask her to lunch again, but this was more than okay too. Hey, yourself, she said, locking the front door before joining him at his truck. Leaned against the door with his hands in his coat pockets, the man looked like a model with a killer smile that gave her goosebumps. What brings you out this way? She asked, wanting the answer to be her and knowing it wasn't. I just wanted to check on you. See how you were doing. That warmed her all the way to the pit of her stomach. She was the reason for his visit. Oh. Well, thanks. How are you? A small shrug. I'm okay. He lowered his gaze to the ground. Duke paid me a visit yesterday. I just want to make sure you aren't putting yourself in danger. He visited you. Monica came by last Wednesday, but that's it. She blinked as her thoughts went in a million directions. She said she had to come by without him knowing. Apparently, he knew. Her shoulders sagged. That poor woman. Do you think she's in danger? Lucy. He took a moment before answering, honestly, I don't know, but if he's keeping tabs on his wife, then that makes me nervous for you. Ashton didn't want to do anything to get herself hurt, but she also couldn't stand by if she thought either Monica or Lucy were in danger. If Duke was following Monica, what if she did something he didn't like? What then? What about Lucy? Lifting her gaze to his, Ashton could see the concern in his eyes. If she even hinted that she'd do anything, it would worry Carlos, and she didn't want that. All that's happened so far is Monica stopping by. I haven't done anything. Please don't. I know you care, and, he paused, stepping closer and cupping her cheek. And that's one of the things that makes you so beautiful. You have a huge heart. I physically run into burning buildings, but you do it emotionally. He cut a glance to the building. There are other kids who need you. Beautiful. She was sure he'd said a lot more, but that's where the needle stuck on the vinyl in her mind. You think I'm beautiful? A smile slowly lifted his lips, and he took another step closer. I have since I met you. His gaze dipped to her lips for a fraction of a second. Warning bells rang, telling her she should step back, but she couldn't. Her feet were rooted, and so were her lips. His hand slid behind her neck, and he lowered his lips to hers, holding them there for a moment like he was trying to decide if he should really kiss her. Her heart hummed in a rhythm, and her heart danced to it. They'd found the same page, and delight tickled her stomach. When his lips started to move against hers, his free hand palmed the small of her back, erasing what little space was left between them. She circled her arms around his neck as the kiss deepened. The tingles grew, forming a ribbon around her heart, sealing hers to his. This man had her heart, and this kiss was sweeter than any treat she'd ever eaten. By the time he set his forehead against hers, breathing hard, her lips were bruised. If this was how he kissed someone he didn't like, she was more than a little curious to experience his like kisses. Please promise me you won't make any more contact with Lucy's family. I think it would break my heart if something happened to you." He pulled back. "You have to understand. If things escalate with Duke or any of his guys, I have to think of Polly's safety first. I would never turn my back on you, ever, for any reason. But I'd have to make sure." Lifting on her toes, Ashton cut him off with a kiss. "And I wouldn't want you to be any other way. Your heart is the biggest and best thing about you. If you were any different." She touched her lips to his again, soft and slow, putting every feeling she had for him into it. She had fallen for this man in a blink, and she could picture kissing him for as long as she lived, because of who he was. The man who'd stepped up to take on a difficult role, ran into burning buildings, and still had enough heart to make her feel more wanted than she ever had. With a soft moan, Carlos turned her around, pressing her back into the door as the kisses turned hungry. It gave Ashton hope that maybe she wasn't the only one falling. Tangling his fingers in her hair, his lips left hers and trailed feathery kisses along her jaw and down her neck, making her heart race and her legs tremble like gelatin. Breaking the kiss, she held on to the collar of his coat and locked eyes with him. "Polly should be your first priority. Ashton would rather have second place than no place at all. I would never, ever, ask you to do anything different." Holding her gaze, he slowly nodded and then pressed his lips to her forehead. "I should probably go. Just promise me you'll stay safe." "I promise." He took her hand in his as he stepped back and kissed her palm. "Text me when you get home and let me know you got there safely." "Okay." Nodding, she pulled free, balling her hand and holding it to her chest. "I will." As she walked to her car, she could feel his eyes on her, and the feeling didn't stop until she couldn't see him in her rearview mirror. She'd never experienced a kiss like his before, not even in her wildest dreams. But things were complicated now. Her relationship with Polly meant a great deal to her, and Carlos just as much. His choice was easy, but Ashton's? The noble side of her automatically put Polly first. She was a little girl needing guidance, and Ashton wanted to be there for her. Her heart, though, without her even realizing, had been searching for a man like Carlos. The idea that she couldn't, or shouldn't, explore where it might go tore her to pieces. Pulling into her driveway, she cut the engine to her car and put her forehead to the wheel. Maybe there was a way to balance things. To have both. She certainly hoped so. Chapter 21. It wouldn't be bad if she drove past Lucy's house again, would it? The same question Ashton had repeatedly asked herself over the last week as she drove toward Lucy's street. If she was smart, she'd make a left and go home to a hot bath and a bucket of ice cream. Carlos had told her to make no contact. To be safe. And she'd promised she would. Just driving by was okay. She was keeping her promise to him and making sure Lucy and Monica were okay. Between his kisses and what they might mean and the thought that Duke was following Monica, she'd spent the last couple of nights mostly sleepless. The idea that she had zero power angered her. One more cruise down the street wouldn't hurt, right? The street didn't belong to that man. Ashton knew she should move on, that there were dozens of other children who needed guidance. She wasn't ignoring them. Nothing had changed about her devotion to the other kids. They still received every ounce of her energy and dedication. In her mind, it wasn't okay to let even one child slip away. Lucy had so much potential. She was such a sweet kid, and she'd had a bright future ahead of her. Her hands tightened around the steering wheel at the thought of Carlos's plea to be safe. Slowly, as she reached Lucy's street, she debated again. Well, it was less of a debate and more like the Battle of Helm's Deep. Just one more pass wouldn't hurt. She turned onto Lucy's block, again dismayed at the state of the other homes. Everything was in general disarray and uncared for. Who had the time or the energy to paint the house and weed the front yard after working a double shift or keeping watch over the kids all day? That was what so many people didn't understand. It wasn't a lack of caring. It was a lack of energy to do anything other than collapse. Lucy's house was dark. Not a single light burned in any window. Ashton slowed down, staring up at the place. They could have gone out, of course. Just because nobody was home didn't mean there was anything strange going on. If anything, the lack of bikes and cars on the street probably meant things had calmed down. She pulled up a few spaces and parked across the street, looking back at the house in her mirror. Why did she have such a bad feeling about Lucy's situation? It wasn't like she knew the entire story. Just little bits from Lucy, and then her conversation with Monica. Which was why Ashton couldn't help but ask herself why she couldn't let this one go. Why she couldn't shake the memory of Lucy's wide-eyed fear. Why she couldn't help but remember how nice it was to see the little girl relax when she knew she wasn't being taken home. Duke didn't know Ashton from Adam, but he hadn't cared about Lucy spending the night. Maybe that was it. The way he didn't care. They hadn't even met, and he probably didn't blink an eye at the thought of his little girl sleeping in a stranger's apartment. Too busy partying or whatever else he was doing. Maybe that's what it was. The lack of care on his part. There was no way Ashton would let her child go to a stranger's house, no matter how nice they might seem. Just then, large bangs came from the trunk lid, startling her. Her heart nearly stopped as she jumped. Then a dark figure rose from behind the car, and fear like none she'd ever experienced before gripped her. Fumbling with the keys, she struggled to get the engine started as the instinct to bolt filled her. Biting back a scream, she fought with the keys. In the next panic-filled moment, she managed to dislodge them from the ignition, and the entire ring fell to the floor. She should have listened to Carlos and let it go. No, 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 she whispered, reaching down, feeling around with her fingertips. He was coming. She knew it was Duke, it had to be. And he wouldn't let her go. Countless horrible images flashed across her mind all at once while tears spilled down her cheeks as she searched for the keyring. She'd been so stupid. As she strained, her fingernail hit against the metal of the ring, and her fingers curled around it. Straightening up, she thrust the key into the ignition and turned it, shaking with relief when the engine roared to life. Pounding against the passenger window began. She didn't want to look, didn't want to do anything but peel away from the curb and never, ever come back again. Ashton. Ashton. It's me. Carlos. She just about collapsed against the wheel when she heard his voice, all that pent-up panic coming to a head. Sure enough, a pair of familiar concerned eyes peered inside the car. Thank goodness, she managed to whisper before bursting into tears.
Once Ashton unlocked the door, he let himself in and slid into the passenger seat. Her entire body trembled. He'd only meant to scare her a little. To show her how dangerous it was to stake out a house of a known convict. One who had threatened to hurt her. At least he knew why Duke had shown up at the station. If Carlos had to guess, Ashton had been not so subtly driving down his street for days. And by the looks of the tears, she had no idea he knew. I'm sorry. I only meant to startle you. You scared me half to death, she said between sobs. While he felt justified, he also felt terrible for scaring her so badly. I'm really sorry. Why? She threw a dirty look his way, one which he guessed he deserved. Why would you do that? Why would you come here? He asked. This man threatened to hurt you, and you have nothing to show that he's done anything wrong. I won't deny that he's a jerk, but that isn't a reason to stalk him. I'm not stalking him. I'm just wanted to make sure Lucy was okay. Ashton, you need to let it go. I can't. She wiped her eyes. Besides, he has no idea I've been coming by. I've been really careful. Carlos pinched the bridge of his nose and took a deep breath. You don't know that. You need to leave them alone. Just avoid this area completely. Narrowing her eyes, she said, Wait. How did you know I was here? Man, he felt just as mouse-like when Polly caught him doing something she didn't think he should be doing. Well, have you been following me? He jerked his gaze to hers. Absolutely not. Her eyebrows knitted together. Then how? Clearing his throat, he grimaced. I wanted to check on Lucy. After you told me about Monica, the more I thought about it, the more it bothered me. And that's exactly why I was here. He had a feeling she'd been down this street more than a couple of times. Yeah, but this was my first time driving by the house. Was it yours too? Rolling her lips in, she shrugged. A couple? Leveling his eyes at her, he lifted an eyebrow. A couple? She groaned. Okay, a couple of times, for the past few nights, but I didn't talk to anyone, and this was the first time I parked on the street. Ashton, he took her hand and sandwiched it between his. You can't stalk this family. One drive-by, okay. I get it. But multiple for several nights in a row? Duke is a lot of things, but he's not stupid. I've been really careful. No more driving by for a while, okay? Before she could protest, Carlos added, We'll take turns when we've given it some time. I'm with you on wanting to make sure Monica and Lucy are safe, but until something bad happens, we need to watch what we're doing. Ashton's shoulders relaxed. You really are a great man. So many would have told me to stop or tried to stop me. Chuckling, he rubbed his thumb across the back of her hand. Believe me, that's my first instinct, but it's not my job to police you. Partners walk side by side, not in line. Partners? Like the forever kind? Because the longer she spent time with him, the more she liked that idea. Thank you. He leaned across the console and touched his lips to her cheek. You deserve to be respected, Ashton. I don't want you to ever think I don't. He sighed. Okay, I need to get home. Polly will wonder where I am if I don't get there soon, and since there are no fires. It's okay. I get it. You go first, and I'll follow you for a little bit to make sure no one else is, okay? She nodded. Okay. Carlos placed his hand on the door handle and hesitated a second. In the next second, he was kissing her. Just as quickly as it started, it was over, and he was out the door. A moment later, her rearview mirror lit up with 2 headlights, and she put the car in drive, nearly floating as she drove home. Carlos respected her. He didn't want to boss her around or tell her what to do. His concern came from caring about her safety, not wanting to control her. And that kiss before he got out of her car had set her veins on fire. She was falling before, and now she'd reached the bottom of the ravine. Fallen. She'd fallen for him.
Chapter 22. After Carlos's little talk, Ashton had decided that he was right. If Duke was as dangerous as she thought, there was a chance she could provoke him into hurting Monica or Lucy. Ashton didn't want to be the cause of that. Plus, she cared about Carlos. He'd said partners walk next to each other, and it had been a long time since she'd had a partner. The idea that he might be that for her tickled her pink, and she wanted him to feel the same way about her, which meant she couldn't disregard his feelings. Those thoughts filled her head on the drive to the center, and she was still light as a feather from the way he'd kissed her the night before as she cut the engine. Her heart felt lighter and happier than it had in years, until she was a few feet from the door and noticed the busted locks. Then she realized the windows were shattered across the entire front of the building, 4 in total. Bile rose in her throat as she stared down at that lock. No. Tentatively, she opened the door and paused. She should call the police. What if whoever did this was still there? But even as she thought it, her feet propelled her forward, taking in the ugly words spray-painted on the walls and floor. They'd torn the kids' artwork down, flipped over the chairs, cut them, and pulled the stuffing out. Passing her office, she put her hand to mouth as her vision blurred. Glass crunched under her feet as she took everything in. The flooded kitchen, the overflowing toilets, the library, destroyed. With each step, her heart broke into more and more pieces. All the work, the sweat. So many dreams and hopes all destroyed. Footsteps rang out behind her, making her jump with a scream. "It's okay, it's okay." A uniformed officer stood there, having just walked in, looking around in horror. "I'm so sorry. I was patrolling the area and saw the broken windows and wanted to make sure everyone was okay." His gaze swept the gym. "I'm calling this in." And she was calling Carlos. Ashton nearly fell into Carlos's arms. "I'm so sorry. I didn't know who else to call." Without a word, he wrapped his arms around her, holding her flush against him, and buried his face in her neck. "I'm glad you called." He pressed a kiss to the top of her head. "I can't stay long." "Your shift." She pulled back. "Oh, Carlos, I didn't even think of that. I'm so sorry." A smile lifted one corner of his mouth. "I told the captain what was happening. If we get a call, I'll just go straight to the fire and dress in my gear there. I'm not saying I can stay very long, just." She set her head against his chest. "That's okay. I'll take what I can get." The officer who had taken her statement stopped behind her, and she turned to him as Carlos shook his hand. "Hey, Maddox." Ashton looked from the officer to Carlos. "You know each other?" "Yeah, he's Harris's little brother." "Little?" The guy was at least 6 feet, broad shoulders with a narrow waist and a chest worthy of a Tarzan pounding. Just how big was his brother? But he wasn't Carlos. It's nice to meet you." "What happened here, Maddox?" asked Carlos. "The entire place is trashed. Not sure how many were involved, but to be in and out and not bring attention, it had to be at least a few people." His gaze left Carlos and landed on Ashton. "Do you know who might have done this?" She did, but there wasn't proof. What if she mentioned Duke's name and it got back to him? Would that make things worse? Carlos put his arm around her shoulders. "We think it was Duke Rivers." He looked at Ashton. "And knowing her, she's documented all her contact with that family. But we've got no proof, and it very well could be a few teenagers being jerks." Ashton leaned into him, silently thanking him for saying Duke's name so that it wasn't her. "I do have things documented, visits I've made and a summary of what Monica and I spoke about. Would that help?" Carlos was right about the kids. They had vandalized the building before. Not this bad, though. There is some truth to the possibility of it being kids. When I first started working on the building, I had some vandalize the place. And from time to time, there's graffiti. It wouldn't surprise me if it was a bunch of teenagers being stupid." Maddox nodded. "I'll tell Kyle, our investigator, about Duke. He'll be happy to have a lead." He looked around the room. "I'm really sorry this happened. I wish I'd had something like this place when I was a kid. Looks pretty cool." Wiping a tear away, Ashton nodded. "Well, it was. It'll be amazing again," Carlos said, wrapping her in a hug. "We'll get it cleaned up. It's going to take money. I don't have to paint the walls, replace broken shelves, and the myriad of other things destroyed." She sniffed. The only money she had left was what she lived off of, and she wouldn't be able to dip into it any more than she already had. How could anyone do this? It wasn't even her they were hurting. It was the kids in the community. Parents who had somewhere for their kids to spend time so they didn't have to worry. Maddox touched her arm. Carlos is right. We'll get it cleaned back up. We? She asked. He winked. I have plenty of friends. And so do I, Carlos said, squeezing her. You aren't alone. Not anymore. To emphasize it, he kissed the top of her head and then her forehead. Ashton snuggled in, soaking up his warmth and strength. Thank you. There she was, standing in the middle of chaos, and she'd never felt more at peace. She could easily imagine facing the future with him and finding solace in his arms.
Chapter 23. For the first time in a week, Carlos found himself at home, washing his truck while listening to music on a beautiful day. When he didn't have a shift, he'd been at the center helping Ashton get it cleaned up, and when he wasn't there, Polly, along others in the community, were stepping up. It was amazing how quickly it had gone from wreck to almost back to its original condition. He and Ashton had kept their agreement when it came to driving by Lucy's home. She'd promised him she wouldn't, and he trusted her not to. They'd both agreed that it was better and safer for everyone if they put some distance between themselves and Duke. The only thing eating at his heart was that he hadn't spoken to Polly about his feelings for Ashton. Over the last week, whatever feelings he'd had before were only fueled with the amount of time he spent with her. He'd quickly gone from falling to fallen. If he was honest with himself, he was afraid. Polly had been so mad when he'd asked her teacher out, and he'd only been mildly interested in that woman. With Ashton, it was so much more. The idea of choosing between her and Polly crushed him. He loved Polly, much like he expected to love his children. He cared about Ashton, and when picturing those children, she was right there next to him. He turned off the music, pulling the earbuds out. What would Ashton think if she knew what he was thinking? That he was afraid to let his sister know how he felt about her. It could be classified as cowardice for sure. Except, every time he tried, his tongue tangled and he couldn't. Did your woman get the message? Carlos whirled around, shocked to find Duke standing in the driveway with his thumbs hooked into his belt loops. It was amazing to Carlos how many things zipped through his mind all at once. How did he know where they lived? What did he think he was doing there? Where was Polly? He was glad she wasn't inside since she didn't need to know about this, but what if one of Duke's pals was watching her? What message would that be? Carlos asked, staring the man down. He didn't want to claim Ashton, even if he felt that way about her. And who is my woman? Don't be cute. Duke smiled. We both know. I've seen you two together. Carlos blinked. Have you been following us? They'd backed off, and this man was still at his home? It didn't make any sense. It's not that difficult, especially since you two seemed joined at the hip. Okay, so we like spending time together. We've left you alone. Why are you here? Duke straddled his bike, keeping his eyes on Carlos. I just want to make sure it stays that way. Stay away from my family, and I'll stay away from yours. Anger coursed through Carlos. I'm sure you're not saying what I think you are, what with being on parole and all. Now get out of here before I decide to have a chat with some of my police friends. Sighing, Duke shook his head. And here I was, hoping to visit with Polly before I left. Be sure to give her a kiss for me. Carlos could feel the color drain from his face as his heart hit his shoes. The guy crossed his arms over his chest. Listen, I give you credit. You could have thrown up a peace sign and walked away, brother. But you didn't. You stuck by her. Family. That means everything. Carlos seethed. I'm not your brother, and if you ever approach my sister, if you ever talk to her or touch her or bother her in any way, you're going to have a problem on your hands. I won't hesitate to send you right back to prison. For the first time, Duke's smug smile faltered. Just do what I said. Stay away from me and mine. He started his bike and peeled out, leaving tread marks on the driveway. Once he was far enough away, Carlos braced his hand against his truck as his body trembled with rage and fear. His little sister was now in the middle of all of this. He'd made a promise to protect her, and he'd been so stupid to think that what was happening couldn't bleed out onto her. Now what was he going to do? He didn't want to choose between Ashton and Polly, but with Duke showing up at his home, it felt like the choice was made for him. It left him gutted and sick, but he had a promise to keep. One he had to honor. Of course, he'd call Kyle, his friend at the police station, tell him about Duke's visit and the previous one to the station. Maybe the guy would slip, break his parole, and all the little things would add up and help put him back in prison for even longer the next time. At the same time, Carlos needed to put the brakes on whatever was developing between him and Ashton. Maybe if they waited for this to all blow over, he'd have another chance. Polly would be older. On her own. It would be easier for all of them, yes. He'd just repeat that lie until he believed it.
Chapter 24. Walking the grocery aisle a little before 8 on a Tuesday morning, Ashton smiled to herself. Not only did she like shopping earlier because it was less crowded, but it was typically the only time she could carve out to do it without being hurried. Her thoughts were on the sheer number of people who had shown up the past week and a half to help her rebuild the center, and honestly, herself. Men, women, and kids all volunteering to clean, fix, and replace what was gone. The local home improvement store supplied toilets and sinks, and men who contracted with them had come into work without being asked or paid. A furniture company had replaced all the damaged chairs and tables. The kids had picked up all the torn wall art, taking it to a corner of the gym to piece it back together. It had been incredible. Even more so were Carlos and Polly. Even with his shift and her classes, they put in more time than anyone. Of course, there was no kissing with Polly around, but there were times Carlos caught her gaze that made her feel just as tingly as his kisses did. "Excuse me. Ashton?" A voice broke through her thoughts. Ashton looked over her shoulder, finding Lucy's mom. "Oh, hi. How've you been?" she asked, trying to keep down the excitement of seeing the woman since she worked at the grocery store. It could very well be that she wondered if Ashton needed help. "Better, as of recently." Monica took a step toward her, arms wrapped around her waist. She ducked her head a little. "I took Lucy, and we left him. We're living in an apartment on the other side of town, using money I saved up." Ashton gasped, and she couldn't help but wonder if that was why the center was trashed. Did Monica know? If she did, Ashton would let her mention it. It was hard to leave an abusive relationship, and she didn't want to put the guilt onto the poor woman. "Oh, wow. Takes a lot of strength to do that." Monica limply shrugged. "I should have been stronger sooner and left, but..." Ashton touched her arm. "You did, and that's all that matters. We only left 2 days ago, but I wonder if he suspected or followed me. I lied and told him I was looking at apartments because the neighborhood was getting bad. I didn't tell any of the property managers that's what I was planning, though, so I don't know." Duke had followed her before, and it seemed like Monica didn't know. "Has he followed you before?" Monica sighed and touched the pendant at her throat. "I don't know. I mean, he knows where I work, so I don't know why he'd follow me here." She lifted her gaze to Ashton's. "He wasn't always like this. He was good to me and Lucy, and then he started hanging around these guys at the dock. You remember that big fire?" Nodding, Ashton said, "Yeah. The fire had been huge. A couple of people had been trapped in it, and some had even died." Then she remembered. Carlos had been one of the firemen to rescue another fireman and a cop. He was already fantastic, and realizing this made him even more so. Monica continued. "He'd been spending a lot of time at that warehouse before going to prison. I can't help but wonder if he was involved in all of that." I say wonder because he went to prison for trying to sell a gun to an undercover cop. Oh. That didn't give Ashton any peace of mind. With a temper like that, he didn't even need to own nail clippers, much less a weapon. Do you think you're safe? The apartment is gated. She tucked a piece of her copper hair behind her ear. I spoke to an abuse advocate, and they helped me with the deposit and first month's rent. The guards that rotate are ex-cops. I feel pretty safe there. How about when you're out driving? Ashton looked around. And here? When I spoke to the advocate for my case, she counseled me to let everyone I'm in contact with know what was going on. When I leave at night, one of the gate guards at the apartment follows me home, and here at the store, they've asked for increased patrols. Ashton's jaw dropped. Wow, you really thought this all out. It wasn't just me. It was Lucy. He's never hurt her or even tried, and I don't think he would. But now that I've taken her from him, I don't know. I want her to return to the program, but I'm afraid. Was this Monica's way of telling Ashton she knew about the center? It was on the tip of her tongue to ask, but she just couldn't bring herself to do it. She took Monica's hand. I completely understand. Your safety comes first. Monica nodded. Thank you. Do you think she could come back later, maybe when Duke isn't so angry? Of course she can come back. We'll all be so happy to see her. Her friends have missed her, and so have I. Ashton patted her hand. I want you to be okay too. For once, the woman flashed a real smile. No nerves, no hesitation. Yeah. I'm really okay. We made out just fine without him when he was gone. We'll do fine now. Listen, and I mean this. If you ever need anything at all, let me know. Promise? I promise. Monica looked over her shoulder. I'd better move. My manager will give me a warning if I'm socializing. Got it. Ashton nodded with a wink. See you soon. Ashton could have done a backflip. Monica and Lucy were safe. Most likely, it had come at a cost to the center, but they mattered more. Things could be replaced, and they had been. Hopefully, Duke would see it as a wake-up call. Some men did. Although, Ashton struggled to see that hope when referring to him. Now the question was, who had destroyed the center? Had Duke figured out Monica was leaving and felt Ashton was to blame, or had it actually been some kids being jerks? It had happened before Monica left. Maybe the worst was over and everyone could move on. That was her hope at least. Instead of focusing on that, she put her thoughts on Monica and Lucy breaking the bonds of abuse and finding freedom. Once she finished her grocery shopping, she drove home, checking her mirrors pretty thoroughly. She was optimistic, not stupid. Still, she was thrilled that Lucy might return to the center soon. Pulling up to the curb, she cut the engine with her eyes on the front door. It looked like a note was on it, waving as a breeze hit it. She tilted her head as she cut the engine in her driveway, and her throat constricted. Whatever message was hanging on her door was held there by a knife. From the safety of her locked car, she looked around, twisting in the seat to see if anyone was around. When she was sure that no one had waited for her to arrive home, she quickly pulled out her phone and called Kyle and then Carlos. Hopefully, if there was someone lurking, they'd see she'd called someone. More than anything, she wanted Carlos and the safety she felt when she was with him.
Chapter 25. Just as Carlos was heading to bed after coming off his shift, Ashton had called, panicked. In truth, it had sent a chill down his spine too. Of course, there was no name attached to the note, but there was every reason to believe it was Duke. His wife had left him with his child, and there was no doubt he put the blame on Ashton for breaking up his family. Holding up the note that said "Mind your own business," now in an evidence bag, Carlos shook his head. He understood angry, but to tack a note onto a door with a knife, that went beyond angry. It has to be Duke. I'll bet a month's pay if there are fingerprints, they'll belong to him. Kyle rubbed the bridge of his nose like a man either dealing with a headache or trying to fend one off. Wouldn't surprise me. The guy is known to have a temper. But here, in Baker Beach, I've lived here my entire life, and I've never heard of anything like this. Using a hunting knife to stick a threatening note to a door? Like I said, Kyle sighed, it happens, and it doesn't make the headlines. I don't understand. Since when are there people in this town capable of this? Carlos took a seat next to Ashton, who looked only slightly less shaken up than she'd looked before Kyle's arrival. Kyle exhaled long and heavy. You need to think about closing the center until we can get the evidence we need. No, that's not an option. I'm not letting that man take it away from me or the community. It'd be giving in to a bully, and I'm not willing to do that. Ashton, Carlos said. He's got a point. I don't think Duke is someone to just brush off. It's not just you. The kids aren't safe either. Kyle nodded in agreement. You need to listen to him. Duke is a member of the Vipers. He calls them a club, but they operate more like a gang. We don't have the proof I need, but I've had a gut feeling they were involved in that fire that trapped me and Brian. Carlos sat forward. The Vipers? Are they local here? No. They have members running up the East Coast, Kyle replied. So that serpent tattoo on that suspect? Remembering back, Carlos swore there was a snake tattoo on the dead suspect at the warehouse fire, and now that he put it together, it looked a lot like Duke's. Gang? Ashton asked just above a whisper. She shook her head. It doesn't matter. Giving in to that type of people just fuels them. No. I won't. Do you have any idea what this could be referring to? Has anything else happened since your last update? Why Duke would be getting more violent with his threats? Kyle looked from one of them to the other. Either of you? Taking a deep breath, Carlos nodded. We made him angry. Not intentionally, but... Ashton cut him off. His wife left him and took their daughter. I'm positive he blames me. But I had no idea she was leaving him. The first time I spoke to her, there was nothing to even suggest she was thinking of leaving him. She started from the beginning, rehashing the whole story for Kyle. Did you ever have the feeling before Duke came home that Lucy was afraid to be there? Or unhappy? Not at all, Ashton quickly replied, shaking her head. I knew Monica was raising her alone. I didn't know Duke was in prison, or that there was any father in the picture at all. That was something Monica chose to keep to herself when we first met. I guess I can understand why. There's a stigma. It was a detail Carlos thought should have been mentioned long before now. Why didn't she tell you that from the beginning? So you knew what to expect, he asked. Ashton angled herself toward him. There was no way of knowing something like this would happen, and she didn't know back then whether I'd treat Lucy differently just because of who her father is. Kyle nodded. It can be hard on a kid when other kids find out. I don't blame Monica for keeping that a secret. Okay, so what can we do about this? Asked Ashton. There's no we. There's me and the police department, Kyle replied. You need to let us handle it. Carlos nodded, but his thoughts were on Polly. How this affected her. She was his first priority. Her safety. Duke had already stopped by the house once. Now he'd left a knife in the door at Ashton's. A man with nothing to lose usually didn't think through his actions. What am I supposed to do in the meantime while you look into this? Ashton asked. Other than shutting the center down. The kids need it. Their parents work during the day, or things at home aren't very good and they need somewhere to go. Some of these kids don't have any food at home. They eat at the center before they leave at night. The most I can do at the moment is offer the presence of an officer during your open hours and send extra patrols past the center. That should curb any chance of something happening while you're here. I can't station an officer outside your home, but I can beef up police presence in your neighborhood. She chewed her lip. Okay. I doubt Duke wants to tangle with cops just after getting out of prison. As Kyle stood, Ashton and Carlos stood with him. Shaking his head, Kyle said, "No, I doubt he does." He shook Ashton's hand and then Carlos's. "We'll get to work on this. If you see anything, hear anything, or remember anything else, don't hesitate to call me." He handed her his card. Ashton smiled as she took it. "Thank you. I will." Once Kyle was gone, Carlos turned to her. Unlike Duke, he did have something to lose. As he put his arms around Ashton, his heart sank. There was only one answer. "Ashton," he said, leaning back. "I think Polly and I need to take a step back for a little while." "What?" she asked, pulling away. "I didn't tell you at the time because I thought it would blow over, but Duke knows where I live. He knows about Polly. I made a promise to make her a priority." Ashton nodded. "Of course, but you heard Kyle. There'll be extra security. At the center. I'm at the station 24 hours at a time. I can't be with Polly every second of the day. I can't risk her safety. You haven't told her about us, have you?" Her chin trembled, and tears pooled in her eyes. This is just an excuse to get out of a hard conversation with her. His eyebrows knitted together at the accusation. "No, it's not, but there's no point in having the conversation right now. I can't put her at risk. This man? He's in a gang. I'm already outnumbered before the battle starts." Ashton blinked, sending tears coursing down her cheeks. "So, that's it? No you? No Polly? I can't think of another way to handle this." He stuffed his hands in his pockets. "Until this is settled, I can't let her go back. Not when they know where we live." He paused and cast his gaze to the floor, shame beginning to flood him with what he'd say next. He'd fallen for her, and now he was likely killing any and all future chances of being with her. It gutted him to think he wouldn't have her in his life, but Polly meant the world to him too. And I don't like the idea of us being tied together. He already knows there's something between you and me." She took in a shaky breath. "I understand. Your first priority is her. I told you I'd never come between the two of you." Ashton was taking this a lot better than he pictured his little sister would. Polly would be furious with him, but notes stuck to doors with knives was where he had to draw the line. "Polly isn't going to be happy with me." Stepping into him, Ashton cupped his cheek. "She'll probably text or call me. If she does, I'll talk to her." As if he couldn't feel like more of a heel. "I'm sorry. I think you might need to go now." She stepped back, and the chasm of distance between them felt tangible. He wanted so badly to hold her, or at least to touch her. To comfort her in any way he could. The painful truth was that it would comfort him, not her. He didn't like being the source of her heartache. This doesn't have to be forever. Don't forget that. And if you need anything, I'll call. He nodded and opened the front door, stepping out onto the porch. The door clicked shut, and he stood there a moment as the sound of her crying filtered through the door. It hurt now, but it wasn't permanent. It wasn't. This whole situation would resolve itself, and they could try again. Sometimes he lied to himself. Chapter 26. Polly stared at Carlos from across the dining table. He'd fixed her favorite meal and put enough spice in it that he expected it to break out in song. Instead of allowing her to go to the center, he texted just after her last class and asked her to come home. "Are you going to tell me what's going on?" Polly asked. Setting his fork down, he wiped his sweating palms down his pants. He'd already been nervous about talking to her, and with the added spice, it was a wonder he could think straight. "Yeah," he said and took a drink of milk. "We need to talk about the center." She sat forward. "Did they catch those jerks who tore it up?" He shook his head. "No, and that's the problem. There was another threat made, and I can't have you down there when all of this is going on." Her mouth dropped open with a scoff. "I'm not a coward. I'm not just leaving Ashton to deal with all this on her own. She needs me." "No. The guy doing all the threatening is a member of a gang. They know where we live. He's threatened you. The chair scraped the floor as Polly stood. You run into burning buildings every day, and you're going to sit there and tell me I can't. I'm almost 18. But you aren't 18, and I made a promise to our parents that I'd take care of you and keep you safe. I'm going to keep to my promise. This isn't fair, Carlos. Her eyes narrowed. Or did the two of you break up? He stood. What? Break up? Crossing her arms over her chest, she leaned back. Are you going to stand there and tell me you weren't seeing her? I may be a lot of things, but stupid isn't one of them. She threw her hands up. See? This is why I didn't want you dating my teachers. Carlos swallowed down the lump in his throat. If he'd just kept his distance. Why couldn't he? I'm sorry, Polly. Sorry? There are plenty of women in Baker Beach, and you just had to go after my friend. I volunteer there, Carlos. She put her hands to her head. You've ruined the whole thing. I don't even know how to face her now. Dropping her hands, she met his gaze, and tears brimmed her lids. I'm going to go stay with Elise. Carlos set his hands on his hips. I know I messed up, but you can't go to Elise's house. Not while I've got a target on me. We have a target. Polly's lips pinched together. I'm not the one who decided to break my promise. I'm not the one who got involved with your friend. I'm going to Elise's, and if you don't let me walk out of this house, I'll sneak out. But I'm not staying with you. With that, she spun on her heels and stormed out of the kitchen. Following her, Carlos took her by the arm. You might be close to adulthood, but until you hit that magic number, you are my responsibility. You are not going anywhere. Polly jerked her arm from his hand and gave him a look that could have withered steel. Fine. She walked to the stairs. But just so you know, we aren't on speaking terms, and we might not be for a long while. You broke all your promises. To Mom and Dad. To me. To Ashton. You said you'd be there for her, and instead of just being her friend, you had to go and make it messy. She's all alone. And it's all your fault. The words had enough venom to kill a herd of elephants. She stomped the rest of the way up the stairs, leaving Carlos feeling like he had third-degree burns. He walked to the couch and sank down onto it with his head in his hands. Polly was right. He'd ruined everything because he's broken his promises. She was hurt, he was broken, and he had no idea how to fix any of it. Leaning back, he dropped his hands to his lap, his heart in so many pieces there was no chance he'd be putting it back together anytime soon. Pushing off the couch, he went back to the kitchen to put the food away and then made his way up the stairs. He paused by Polly's door, and whatever was left of his heart shredded as he listened to his little sister weep. Yeah. He was lonely before, and the road forward seemed even more so.
Chapter 27. Ashton lifted her gaze to the sky and closed her eyes, letting the sound of the ocean soothe her. Man, she wished she had a place right on the beach. It might make her current situation a bit more bearable. The door to Brian's beach house opened, and Elise pulled Ashton into a hug. I'm so sorry. It's okay. As pathetic as her voice was, that was one sad okay. Is Polly furious with me? No, Carlos is the target of her wrath. Elise stepped aside, allowing Ashton to pass her. The door shut, and Ashton shrugged off her coat. I thought she might be mad at me too. She looked around the open first floor. Where is she? She just finished taking a bath. Elise heaved a sigh. She waited until he went to work and then came here. She's been refusing to go home, and she skipped school on Friday. Ashton chewed her bottom lip. I'm surprised Carlos didn't come get her. They each found a seat in the living room, and Elise rolled her eyes. Oh, he was about to, but I talked him out of it. She needs a minute. Did she tell you anything? No, she's mostly been staying in the guest room and crying. Thank goodness. It's been like 4 days, and this evening, I told her to go take a bath because we needed to talk about whatever it was upsetting her. I asked her if I could invite you over, and she wailed a yes. Chuckling, Ashton shook her head. Poor thing. I was pretty hurt when Carlos told me he couldn't let her come to the center anymore, or see me. She lowered her gaze to her lap. I understood. I really did. She's his first priority, and I told him I never, ever, wanted to come between them. But you like him. I've fallen so hard I've got a concussion. Elise barked a laugh and then sighed. I've been there. Still am. Did he say why he couldn't see you? Polly's safety, but I think he was just using that as an excuse, to be honest. He hadn't told Polly that there was something between us, and I understand. I do, but, oh, my heart hurts. She blinked back tears. You liked him too. Polly's voice rang out from the stairs. Ashton jumped and turned around, a hand coming to her mouth. I'm so sorry, Polly. Carlos's sister shuffled to the couch, taking a seat next to Ashton and giving her a hug. I'm not mad at you. It's his fault. He should have just made it clear that he wanted to be friends. Ashton nodded. Actually, he did, but your brother is a really likable guy. This is exactly why I didn't want him dating my teachers or people I look up to or ones I call friend. He messed everything up. Before Ashton could respond, Elise tilted her head and said, Polly, that's really selfish. Polly looked at Elise like she had two heads. What? No, it's not. It makes things messy. If he hadn't made a move on my friend, none of this would be happening. Elise shook her head. That's not true. Duke would still be a jerk. The center would still have been vandalized. The knife in the note. All of it. The only thing different is that he wouldn't have worried about breaking his promise to you. He'd be here for Ashton. I mean, not here, because he's at work, but you know what I mean. Waving Elise off, Ashton tried to dismiss it. No, it's okay. I'm fine. No, you aren't, and neither is Carlos, Elise said to Ashton. She turned her attention to Polly. When is the last time Carlos went on a date? Polly shrugged. I don't know. He tried to make a date with my teacher, but I told it would be weird, so he broke it off. And my question stands. When was the last time he dated anyone? Elise asked again. Polly chewed her bottom lip and seemed to shrink back. Not since he took me in. Do you have any idea how lonely he is? He has no one to talk to, no one to call other than the guys at the station. One of the first things you complained about when we met was that you missed having a woman to talk to about things. Ashton hugged herself, trying to blend in with the couch. Elise was basically chewing Polly out, and it was because of her. Really, Elise? No, you care about him. I love him. Ashton's eyes widened as she said it. Holy ravioli. She'd said that aloud. In front of Polly and Elise. I mean, she withered. I mean exactly what I said. I love him. He is the sweetest man. Turning to Polly, she said, relationships are hard. Nothing is ever going to be perfect. Polly crossed her arms over her chest. I know that. It's just, I didn't want him to get hurt either. He doesn't know it, but I overheard him having conversations with our parents right after they died. He would sound so heartbroken. I didn't want that to happen again. Ashton put her arms around Polly. You are such a sweet girl. How about I make you a deal? A deal? If, and that's a big if, something happens to mine and Carlos's relationship, I vow with as solemn a vow as I can that nothing between you and me will change. I will be your best friend for the rest of my life." She held out her pinky. "We will be sisters forever, and there's not a man alive that will tear us apart." Elise smiled. "I'd take that deal if I were you." Polly hesitated a fraction of a second and then linked her pinky with Ashton's. "It's a deal." She used her free hand to point at Ashton. "But no breaking my brother's heart." She groaned. "Which is probably what I did the other night." "He'll forgive you without a second thought," Ashton said. "He absolutely adores you. He's so proud of you." Elise nodded in agreement. Leaning her head on Ashton's shoulder, Polly sniffled. "I'm sorry for hurting you too. If I hadn't been such a jerk, he probably wouldn't have broken up with you." "I wouldn't say that. We were enjoying each other's company, but we weren't official." With a chuckle, Polly lifted her head. "Seriously? I watched you guys making googly eyes at each other for, like, a week. Just because you didn't say you were official doesn't mean you weren't." Ashton put her arms around her, squeezing her. "You really are a great kid, and I really do love him." From there, the conversation with Polly went from her brother to a guy she liked at school to her favorite colleges. It seemed that the longer they talked, the more Polly smiled. Being an only child, it felt to Ashton like she was gaining a sister. Something she'd wanted for a long time. It gave her hope that maybe her relationship with Carlos could be mended. Maybe. Ashton still had reservations about it. Yes, there was danger, but there were off-duty police officers voluntarily guarding the center, along with plenty of police cruising by the center and her home, and she'd never felt safer. The feeling she had was that the true roadblock went deeper than just Polly's safety or even a promise. Maybe by the time things were settled, Carlos would have it figured out. Otherwise, Ashton couldn't see herself in a relationship with him no matter how much she loved him. It was all or nothing, and in a relationship, both had to be all in. She didn't want half, even if it meant her heart breaking more than it had.
Chapter 28. With Polly hiding out at Brian's place, Carlos had spent the last few nights at the station. Mostly so he didn't feel so isolated and alone. He'd felt miserable since the night he told Ashton they couldn't see each other anymore, and the blow-up with Polly had only made it worse. "Are you going to play, or are you going to continue brooding?" Harris asked. Greg faced him from where he was standing at the stove. "My bet is on brooding. Both of you stop." I'm not brooding. I have a lot on my mind. More than a lot." He missed Ashton. His sister was furious with him. He was worried about them, and he felt useless. Harris laid his cards down. "Then talk. What's on your mind?" "I'll figure it out." Carlos focused on his cards, and a second later, his thoughts wandered again. Groaning, he set them down and shook his head. "I told Ashton the center was too dangerous for Polly to volunteer there." Greg motioned with his hand. "And?" "Because there's an and in there." Carlos leaned back in his chair. "I told Ashton I couldn't see her anymore. That when this whole thing was over and Polly was at college." "Does Polly know?" "What does she think?" With a sigh, Carlos sagged. "She's furious. First for my refusal to let her volunteer, and then he squeezed his eyes shut. She knew something was going on with me and Ashton. She assumed I'd broken it off, but she... That's stupid." Harris crossed his arms over his chest. Greg grunted in agreement and turned back to the pot of chili he'd been working on for the last 2 hours. Shaking his head, Carlos said, "I broke all my promises. Man, your little sister is a great kid, but she isn't the boss. You need to sit her down and talk to her. What's between you and Ashton shouldn't be dictated by a 17-year-old. If you like. I love her." The words rolled off Carlos's tongue like it was nothing. Easy as breathing. But Polly. I promised I'd put Polly first. Greg turned from the stove. And that would be putting Polly first. An empty well has nothing to give. He paused. I get sacrificing for her and making her a priority. I do. But if you love this woman, she can't be second place. Instead of responding, Carlos sat quietly. You know I'm right, man. You can't tell a woman you love her and then let your sister decide if you stay together or not. You're either in it or not. Harris eyed Carlos. You're terrified. That's why you told Ashton you wouldn't see her anymore. It has nothing to do with promises. Carlos jerked his head up and looked at Harris. I am not. Really? You will walk into a burning building without even blinking. What's really going on? Why the excuses, then? Harris asked. Standing, Carlos waved him off. It's not excuses. He looked from Harris to Greg. It's not. When was the last time you dated anyone? Greg asked. Gail. Harris's mouth dropped open. That's years ago, man. And, honestly, I get it. Polly was young, and you'd both just lost your parents. That woman was selfish as all get out, but this is different. Polly's not a little kid anymore. It had been a while since Carlos thought of Gail, really thought about her. What their relationship was like, how it ended, and how blind he'd been. She was selfish and demanding. She especially didn't like kids. Polly being no exception. It had been both a hard breakup and easy. He hurt a little, but with Ashton, he felt raked out. Greg smiled. Harris is right. You need to talk to Polly. You need to sit her down, tell her how you're feeling, and then tell her you're going to date Ashton. There's a chance that things could go wrong, but what if they go right? Nodding, Harris smiled. Exactly, and you're both adult enough to keep your mess from affecting Polly's relationship with Ashton. The guys were making good points, but he also didn't want Polly to think he didn't care what she thought. It had been the two of them for so long. He didn't want her to feel like he was pushing her out of the way. Before Carlos could think more on it, Derek skidded to a stop in the doorway. We've got one. It's at the center. Chapter 29. By the time they arrived at the scene, most of the brothers and sisters building's windows had burst outward, allowing smoke and flames to pour from the building. Police officers were managing traffic in the area and keeping back a growing crowd of onlookers. Carlos carried a hose coiled over one shoulder, running from the truck alongside Harris and Derek. They worked without having to speak, knowing by now how to move together like a single unit. Anybody inside? Greg shouted to one of the cops who'd arrived just before them. Could be, there are conflicting stories, the officers shouted back over the roar of the fire. Duke's in there, one of them screamed, and Carlos turned in time to find a burly leather-vested man barreling toward the burning building. He's in there. A pair of officers held the man back, pushing him away from the fire. You can't. It's too dangerous, they kept trying to tell him, but it was clear he wasn't about to listen. Carlos went to him. You say Duke's in there? Yeah. And back, the man barked. Now that they were up close, it was clear he'd been inside when the fire started. Some of his long hair had even been singed. The smoke got too thick. I couldn't reach him. Of course. Of all the people to be left inside. Where? Asked Carlos. The man shook his head. I don't know exactly. In one of the rooms. I thought he was behind me. Carlos nodded, and the officers took the guy by the shoulders, leading him away in handcuffs. Carlos looked to Greg, who nodded only once and fixed his respirator in place before following Carlos into the building. The thick, black smoke was filling the entire place, and they turned on their flashlights to cut through the darkness. In a way, it was like being alone in a cave, and all he could hear was the sound of his own breathing. And back. What did that mean? There hadn't been time to find out. The gym was engulfed. Ashton's office was nothing but flames with curtains and furniture melting from the heat. They went right when they reached the hall leading to the libraries, and as they did, bottles crunched under their feet. Carlos suspected it was an accelerant. That was one way to explain the degree of heat he was feeling. They kept moving, deeper into the building, dodging falling ceiling tiles along the way. They couldn't hope to be in there much longer without the roof caving. With as thick as the smoke was, Carlos had to wonder if they'd actually find Duke alive. When they reached the end of the hall, it split off in two directions. He swung his head from side to side, wondering which way to go. Greg grabbed his shoulder, fixing the beam of his flashlight on the floor. A hand, palm down. Carlos crouched, feeling his way up the arm attached to the hand. The body stirred, but barely. Still alive. He looked up at Greg, who helped pull the big man to his feet. He sagged in Carlos's arms. There was no choice but to carry him over one shoulder with Greg leading the way. They emerged from the smoke together, the three of them, and the men milling around behind the line of police cars shouted and cheered at the sight. Carlos carried Duke a safe distance from the fire before lowering him to the ground. His eyes fluttered open as he sucked in air and coughed. Carlos scanned the area and caught the eye of one of the paramedics, pointed to Duke, and then returned his attention to the man. Carlos removed his respirator mask, looking down at the enemy he'd just rescued. Duke's eyes widened. "You?" he rasped, coughing harder. "Me? Why did you do that?" Duke managed to choke out. His face was practically coal-black, thanks to soot. "Do what?" Carlos asked, kneeling next to him. "Go in there to get me." "Why?" He broke out in another round of coughing, almost convulsing from the intensity. Carlos fixed his mask over Duke's face to give him oxygen while they waited for the paramedics to tend to him. "Because it's what we do," Carlos explained while Duke fought to breathe. "You have a little girl who needs her father." Duke's gaze locked with his for a long, silent moment. His lips turned down. "Not sure I can be that." "You can if that's what you choose to do. You're looking at prison for this, but that doesn't mean you can't change your life. Be the father Lucy needs you to be and the man Monica married." "These guys," Carlos said, tipping his head to the leather-clad group standing behind the police cars. "They don't care about you. If they did, they would have stopped you." "I'll think about it." "We've got this now," one of the medics barked when they arrived. Carlos retrieved his mask and backed away, watching the men tend to Duke for a moment before joining his company and getting the fire out. Screams rang out as the building collapsed. It struck him just then. The building caved because all the support was burned up, leaving nothing but a gutted building unable to keep its strength. He was the building, trying to stand on his own, except that only worked for so long before there was nothing left. He'd been going through the motions for years. To work, back home, and being there for Polly. To a degree, she'd been there for him too. What he needed, though, was a partner. And he knew exactly who he wanted that partner to be. But before his thoughts went any further, he needed to talk to Polly.
Chapter 30. Elise, Ashton, and Polly had arrived at the center, but the crowd had been so thick that they could only see the men working to put out the fire. While watching it, Monica called Ashton, asking what was happening. Someone in the grocery store had seen a news report, and she wanted to check if Ashton was okay. It wasn't long after the call that word came that Duke had been found inside and pulled to safety, but he was being taken to the hospital. Monica asked Ashton to go with her. She couldn't refuse. Not when the woman needed a friend. Elise had dropped Ashton at her home to get her car, and she and Monica had gone together to see if Duke was okay. Seeing the building collapse broke Ashton's heart. She'd just rebuilt. How on earth was she going to do it again? The building wasn't even a shell. It was nothing. There was no coming back from that. Of course, she wasn't giving up. She could never do that. She'd find somewhere to relocate. She just had no idea how long it would be before she could get another place up and running. "It looks like he'll be fine," Kyle said, standing in the hall with Ashton and a tearful Monica. "A few burns to his arms, but they're mostly superficial. More than anything, the smoke is what got him." That was a nice, polite way of saying Duke might have died if the fire department hadn't rescued him when they did. Ashton put an arm around Monica's shoulders. See? He'll be okay. I'm so sorry he did this to you. Monica sniffed, dabbing her nose and shaking her head. I don't even know why I'm crying. It's not your fault, and he's still your husband and Lucy's dad. Ashton rubbed her back. It's only natural to be concerned and glad he's alive. Never in a million years would she have pictured herself giving Monica comfort over Duke, other than she could do better. But it was what the woman needed to hear. Feelings didn't just turn off. We'll want to question him on a few things, Kyle said. The accelerant they used was the same as what was used in the big warehouse fire. It makes me wonder if the Vipers were involved in that too. Monica rolled her eyes. Of course they were. He'll be going back to prison, won't he? Kyle shrugged. I don't know yet. Oh, I wish he'd just go back to being the man I fell in love with. Kyle smiled. If you want to go in and see him, he's awake. Ashton let go of her, watching as she stepped into the little room where her husband was recovering from his close call. Once Monica was out of earshot, Kyle turned to her. He wanted you to know he was sorry. A smile lifted her lips. Maybe there was hope he'd change. She knew what he'd done wasn't right, but she really wanted to believe the best. I guess almost dying gave him a change of heart. Kyle didn't look surprised by this. Yes. That's pretty much the way he described it. He checked over his shoulder before continuing. He also confessed to the arson. Ashton's jaw dropped. He did. Yeah, so, if his change of heart is just short-term, we've got him on record. Whether it would stand up in court is another thing, especially if he recants. You'd think it would, but nothing's ever a guarantee until it's official. That doesn't fix the damage, but hopefully it'll change him. Kyle slid his hands in his pockets and cast his gaze to the floor. Did you hear how he got out? Ashton shook her head. I suspect one of the firemen. Want to take a guess who? Her eyes widened. Carlos. Nodding, he lifted his head a little, and a tiny smile played on his lips. Yep. He went in there and carried Duke out over his shoulder. It was like something out of a movie. I saw it for myself. The whole place collapsed maybe a half a minute after they were out. Her breath caught in her throat. Carlos had gone into that building to save a man who had threatened him and his sister. Truthfully, though, it didn't shock her. That was the kind of man he was. Brave and wonderful. I thought someone should tell you. Where is he? Is he okay? He's okay. I think he went back to the station and then home, but I'm not positive. I came straight from the scene to talk to Duke. Monica poked her head out of the room. Ashton, Duke wants to talk to you. Kyle tipped his head toward the room. Go ahead. We can talk again later. I'll need your statement too. Sure, she said and walked to the doorway of Duke's room. In the span of a few days, she'd lost everything. Well, not everything. She had Polly, and after their talk, she felt closer to Carlos's sister than she ever had. It changed nothing between Ashton and Carlos, however. Nothing would change until he decided there needed to be a change.
Chapter 31. Rolling his neck from side to side, Carlos stepped inside his house and was immediately engulfed in a hug from his sister. I'm so glad you're okay. He wrapped his arms around her. I'm okay. Just a regular day at work. Leaning back, Polly leveled her eyes at him. You ran into a burning building to save a guy who's been making life miserable for everybody. That's not a regular day at work. She dropped her arms and stepped back. I'm sorry about the center. I know you love going there. It's not your fault, she said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. We need to talk, though. Yeah, they did. About a lot of things. Okay. He followed her to the couch, and they Saturday me first? Polly nodded. I love you. I have never once regretted the promise I made to Mom and Dad. You are a bright, intelligent, amazing woman. Anything you set your mind to, you can do. Whether that's being a chef, a lawyer, a mom, or all three. He laughed. But you aren't the boss of me. That changes today. This second. I know. Blinking, Carlos reeled. He'd expected pushback. What? I've been selfish, spoiled, and rude to you. She chewed her lip. Elise and Ashton had a talk with me. Carlos opened his mouth to speak, but Polly held up her hand. They were right. So what does that mean? It means you don't have to tell me that you're going to date Ashton whether I like it or not. I'm okay with it. She smiled. I think you should talk to her, though. She seemed pretty upset. Carlos sighed, casting his gaze to the floor. And I take the blame, Polly said, touching his arm. No, he looked at his sister. Some of it's on me. I was afraid of getting hurt. Polly tilted her head. Why? He took a deep breath. Gail. Her mouth dropped open. My teacher? It wasn't until a few hours ago that I figured out I wasn't in love with her. At the time, Mom and Dad had just been taken from us, you were moving in, and everything around me felt chaotic. I broke up with her because she didn't want kids, and she didn't want me taking you in. It messed with her plans. What a jerk. She was. Funny, last time I saw her, she had 4 kids, so I guess things change. He took her hand. Anyway, it was really all on me. I'm putting a stop to it now, though. His sister smiled. I bet Ashton would love to see you. I can't imagine how she feels. That's what I was doing next. I needed to talk to you first, though, because you needed to know that you don't lay the law down here. Not with me. I'm an adult, and you aren't. Not yet. Things will be different from this point forward. Do you understand? Nodding, she threw her arms around him. I understand. I love you, Carlos. I love you too, kid. This talk had gone a lot better than he ever thought it would. He was glad it hadn't been him laying down the law. They had a great relationship, and he wanted it to stay that way. Knowing she was on the same page made it so much easier, though. Great, now go see how Ashton's doing. I know it's not good, and she doesn't need to be alone. Carlos stood, and Polly with him. She shook her finger at him. If you break her heart, I'll hurt you. Just me? I told her the same thing. Well, I may have left off the I'll hurt you part. She chuckled. Carlos set his hands on his hips. Thanks for the confidence. She hugged him around the chest. It's part of the woman code. I had to. He laughed and hugged her. All right. Dropping his arms, he turned to the door. I'll be back in a little while. Depending on whether Ashton would even speak to him. He'd basically left her when she needed him the most. No, he'd done worse. He'd taken Polly too. Ashton had depended on him, and like a coward, he'd run. With a silent prayer sent up, he headed to his car, hoping he could right the wrong and maybe even talk about a future with her.
Chapter 32. Ashton stepped inside Duke's room and hesitantly crept her way across, not sure what to expect from the man. Hi, Duke. The man kept his gaze lowered. Hi. As the clock on the wall ticked in the silence, she wondered if she was supposed to talk first or him. He'd been the one who wanted to talk to her, right? So she'd wait until he was ready. Monica sat beside him on the bed and took his hand. I'm here, babe. Tell her. You can do this. His Adam's apple bobbed as he nodded. Yeah, I can. He paused, seeming to pull himself together and find the words he wanted to say. Miss Johnson, I want to tell you I'm sorry. I'll never be able to say it enough, but I hope to one day earn your forgiveness. Ashton blinked. The same gruff man with the explosive temper was speaking so softly she couldn't believe it was the same person. She nodded, and he continued. Not only did I hurt you and the kids that go to your center, but I hurt my little girl. I thought I could find what I was missing or whatever I was looking for in the Vipers. I was stupid to not see what I had right in front of me. He covered Monica's hand with his. I have two people who love me, want me, and are willing to put up with me. Nodding, Ashton fought back tears. You do. I know. Your boyfriend, he swallowed hard again. He came into that burning building and pulled me out. He didn't have to. He could have left me right there to die, and he should have, but he didn't. I'd threatened him and his little sister, but it didn't matter. Well, he's not my boyfriend, Ashton said and paused. And if he was before, he wasn't anymore. Carlos is a good man. He really only cared that Lucy was safe. Me too. That's all I wanted. Monica patted his hand with hers. See? They weren't judging you, baby. They just wanted Lucy taken care of. He nodded. I know. I was really stupid. He began coughing and held his chest. When it subsided, Monica held a glass to his lips. Once he drank a little water, he began again. I've talked to my buddy, one of the Vipers who'd pushed back when I told them what I was going to do. He said he's got contacts, and as soon as you have a building picked out, he'll get the guys who were smart enough not to follow me, and they'll help you get the center going again. With a small gasp, Ashton stepped forward. That's very kind of you. Duke looked up at Monica. I was trying to replace my family with something that had no way of loving me back. Trying to be important to people who would toss me aside as if I were nothing. I think everyone does that at times, when all we want is right in front of our faces. Come to think of it, she'd been doing that too, looking to the kids and the center to replace what she'd lost so many years ago. A feeling of belonging and family. As much as she loved the kids and what she'd built, it couldn't hold her or comfort her. Sadness filled her heart. She could have seen that happening with Carlos. She loved him, but until he could love her the way she deserved to be loved, there was nothing she could do. Duke looked at Monica again. I'm going to do my time. When I get out, I'm going to be the husband Monica needs and the father Lucy deserves. The old Duke Rivers died in that building. You have my promise that when I get out, I'll do what it takes to make up for what I did. Rounding the side of the bed, Ashton palmed his arm. Let your lawyer know that if you need me to testify, I will. I'm not condoning what you did, but your family needs you. Maybe I can help with the sentencing. Maybe we can keep your time in there short. Monica jumped up, ran around the foot of the bed, and pulled Ashton into a bear hug. Thank you. She leaned back and glanced at Duke. I told you he wasn't always mean. This is the man I married. A good man with a heart of gold. He just got lost for a little while. Ashton smiled. You did tell me that. I'm so happy for you. That firefighter friend of yours is lucky to have you. You don't give up on people. You didn't give up on me or Lucy or even Duke when you had every reason to. Monica released Ashton and returned to Duke's side. Thank you. I'm gonna go so you two can talk, Ashton said, easing her way to the door. If you need anything, just call. I don't even mind babysitting Lucy. Okay. Monica smiled. Thank you for everything. With that, Ashton left the room. She'd just witnessed a miracle, or pretty close to one. A man realizing he'd put value on things that bankrupted him and waking up to see the treasure right in front of him. It was the sweetest, best thing to happen in a long time. This was what her parents would have wanted. At least someone would have a happy ending, even if she didn't. But this was a good thing. It gave her hope that maybe after she put the pieces of her heart back together, a few good things could happen for her too. Chapter 33. Ashton had intended to go home, curl up on her couch, and cry until she couldn't, but before she knew it, she was on her way to the center. She had no idea why. Nothing would be different. It would still be burned to the ground. She'd pinched herself enough times to know it wasn't a nightmare, even if it was. As she pulled into the parking lot, her heart skipped a beat. Carlos was standing by his truck door, hands in his pockets and leaning against his door. Pulling to a stop, she parked the car a few feet from him and stepped out. Stopping at the front of her car, she gave him a small smile. "I almost went home, but before I knew it, I was here." She stepped a little closer as she turned and faced the building. "It's all gone. All of it. I know, and I'm so sorry. We tried." Sadness seemed to hang on the words. She turned to him. "Oh, I'm not blaming you. I'm mostly feeling a little sorry for myself. I know, but that doesn't mean I don't hurt for you, because I do. I know how much it meant to you. You might not believe this, but Duke apologized." "He did?" The question held as much shock as she'd felt in the hospital. Nodding, she said, "Yep. I think his little brush with death gave him a change of heart." Her smile widened. "He couldn't believe you pulled him out after what he'd done." Although Ashton could. Carlos was that kind of man. Carlos shrugged. "I was just doing my job." "Because you're a good man." He toed the ground. "Polly and I talked." She tilted her head, her pulse racing a little faster. "Oh? Yeah. I used her as an excuse to run. I told her she's not telling me what I can do or who I can date or love." "Love? What?" Mostly, she just wanted to hear it again to make sure she wasn't hallucinating. He lifted his gaze to hers. "I told her I love you, and that while I love her fiercely and she'll always be a priority, she was going to have to share the #1 spot." "You did." Her breath came out in fast little puffs of cloudy air. "What did she say?" He chuckled. "She said Elise had a talk with her. Told her that she was being selfish and bratty. She said she was sorry for being that way." He laughed a little more. "Can't say I wasn't a little shocked. I expected a fight, but I'd already made up my mind that as soon as I could, I was finding you, telling you I love you, and hoping you'd take pity on me, and let me love you." Ashton threw her arms around his neck. "I love you too. I told her that I loved you." She leaned back. "I love you so much." Cupping her cheek with his hand, he said, "I was using devotion to Polly to keep myself safe. Losing my parents changed so many things. Don't get me wrong, I love Polly, but it was hard, and I was afraid of what loving someone could do. So I sort of pushed you away. But I realized if I walked away from you, I wouldn't be losing you, I'd be giving you away. I'd rather risk a broken heart with you than anything in this world." She took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "I'd been running too. I was afraid of loving anyone and then losing them. It wasn't until Duke said something that I even realized it. Losing my parents, being an only child, it was scary to think that I could lose someone again. I do fight fires, you know." He grinned. "I know." She playfully popped him on the arm. "But I'd rather love you, build a life with you, and store up memories than go through life as a shell. I'd rather be in your arms and be loved by you than be too afraid to even try. I love you, Carlos. He picked her up by the waist, swung her around, and gently set her feet on the ground before lowering his lips to hers. I love you, Ashton Johnson. I'm so sorry I ran. I'm so sorry I. She put her hand against his lips. I know. You can make it up to me by letting me love you too. I think I can manage that. With that, he lowered his lips to hers, and she melted into him as he deepened the kiss. All the fears, the heartache, and the loneliness drifted further away as he held her and kissed her. The unknown was still scary, but she had someone's hand she could hold while facing the future. Yes, she'd lost something she'd built, but she was being held by a man she wanted to build a life with, a home with. A man who would hold her when she cried, soothe her aches, and be her shelter when she felt lost. Someone who thought of her the same way. Epilogue. What is taking them so long to get to the good part? Ashton could barely suppress a smile as she patted Carlos's knee. Be patient. You've waited all these years. You can wait a few more minutes. If she didn't know better, she'd think he was the one graduating. Polly had run the gambit of emotions before they arrived for the ceremony, but now, she never even looked back like most of the other kids in the sea of white caps and gowns. When they walked in, she'd held her head high and smiled as she shot them a glance, poised and calm, like she was ready to face the world. In the months following the center burning down, so much had happened. First, the community had come together yet again to help her rebuild, with contractors, small businesses, and even the Vipers stepping up to the plate to help. It had been amazing, and today they'd be christening it by holding Polly's graduation party there. It had been Polly's idea, a way to inspire the younger kids to keep going to school. Ashton was so proud of her. If she felt that way, she could only imagine how Carlos felt. Unlike Polly, who sat still, he fidgeted in his seat, nearly vibrating with energy and pride at what his sister had accomplished. You okay? She whispered. Yeah. I'm good. He shot her a smile, lacing his fingers through hers. Thanks for being here with me. Where else would I be? She rested her head on his shoulder. I know, but for the longest time, I saw myself here, alone, and I'm so glad that I'm not. As the speakers concluded, the principal and vice principal began calling names with each row slowly filing out to get in the procession line. They both got their phones ready. Carlos was on video duty while Ashton would take pictures. Polly worked her way through the line, though the fact that the class was arranged in alphabetical order meant she was fairly far back with the other S-name kids. She's so grown up, Carlos said, shaking his head. I blinked, and she went from awkward to this. I know. You raised an incredible young woman. I'm proud of both of you. I love you, you know, he whispered. Nodding, warmth traveled up her neck to her ears. Even after all this time, hearing it daily, it still gave her goosebumps. I love you too. She kissed his cheek, then noticed how far Polly had progressed while the two of them whispered back and forth. Ooh, she's almost at the front of the line. Ashton snapped several photos of Polly waiting at the bottom of the stairs. Pauline Scott, graduating with top honors, the principal said. Yeah, Polly. Carlos clapped. Once the ceremony was over, Ashton waited with Carlos. As he spotted Polly, he began frantically waving. His little sister nearly ran and threw her arms around him. You looked so great up there. Ashton shouted over the noise around them. Polly mimed wiping sweat off her forehead. I can't believe it's over. We have to go and celebrate, Carlos announced, sliding an arm around Ashton's waist. Polly's jaw dropped. You asked her already. Ashton looked to Carlos for answers. What's going on? She asked, looking from Polly back to him. Polly's face went beet red. I don't know. I forgot everything. I have no idea what I'm talking about. Who am I? Where am I? She looked around like she was lost. Knock it off. Ashton lifted an eyebrow. What was your brother supposed to ask me? I'm sorry, Polly whispered, looking at the ground. It's okay. Carlos sighed. I mean, it's not exactly the way I'd planned it, but nothing ever is. I wish one of you would clue me in. Ashton sighed. Because you're worrying me. Another sharp glare passed from Carlos to Polly. I don't think it's anything to worry about. Maybe. I hope. What is it, for heaven's sake? He turned to Ashton, seeming a little deflated. This isn't how I wanted to do this. I didn't want to overshadow Pole's day either. But it looks like I don't have a choice now. That was when it hit her like a speeding truck. The whole world tilted a little, or maybe it was just Ashton thinking it did. She sure felt like it. Oh, she said, her hand coming to her chest and palming it. Carlos dipped a hand into his pocket while sinking to one knee, his eyes never leaving hers. I love you. I want a lifetime of adventures, celebrations, and happiness with you. Will you please marry me? Ashton's heart pounded so hard it nearly drowned out the crowd around them. Well? Polly prompted. What do you say? You've got an audience now. Sure enough, a quick glance around told Ashton as much. People were starting to clue into what was going on, even in the middle of so much celebrating. What would she say? What an unnecessary question. Yes, of course. She laughed even as tears started streaming down her face. The people surrounding them cheered as Carlos slipped the ring on her finger and stood, taking her in his arms and kissing her. Yeah, this is what she wanted. A lifetime of him. And whatever came, they'd face it together.
This has been The Firefighter's Risk. Written by Bree Livingston. Copyright 2020.